Hey, good Monday, ladies and gentlemen. We're just gonna go ahead and jump straight into it here. It's another Monday. Hey, Omen. Steel, Discord, Mike, and Mobius with 82 months, by the way. That's insanity. That's a lot of money to throw away, I'm just saying. I know. Every Monday. Baby, yes. I do play the best the best lullabies, it's true. Very true. In fact, I got a really good one. It's actually like a really good lullaby. Hold on a second. See if I can find it again. Okay, let me just get this back up there. Okay. That should be good now. Alright, this is my favorite lullaby. Mm-hmm. Alright, we've had enough of that, baby. You guys ready to actually play Factorio today? Music's loud, of course it's loud. I had to crank it up because I was throwing the baby away. Yeah, I did just throw the baby. It is what it is. It's fine. I was hoping to have a little more build up to that, but it's just a doll. I was gonna build up some more, but then I was like, someone's gonna notice the baby's not moving. I just knew someone was gonna notice that. Thank you very much, Steel. Thank you very much. Hey, Swain. Alright. Let's see here. What do we got going on? Oh, are we gonna get drops? I forgot to set the settings here. We are. That sucks. Here, hold on, actually. Hold on, let me try it again. Where is it? Oh, here it is, upload speed. There, that should help. First thing I saw when it came in. Yeah, like I said, I was gonna let it go for a bit longer, but I didn't know if people were gonna pay attention to the fact that the baby wasn't moving, so I had to drop it as soon as I could. Because it was funny. Right? We all laughed. You laughed. I laughed. We all laughed. It's fine. It is what it is. Okay, does this drop us now that I set that? Shouldn't. Okay, good. Good, good, good. It's funny. I had the thought because I was like, oh, for a rare moment, my kids are being watched tonight. So I was like, man, I gotta do it. I gotta do it. Because this thought occurred to me like 30 minutes ago, by the way, so... Yep, you laughed, I laughed, the doll laughed, we threw the doll, we curb stomped the doll, everyone had a good time. Everyone had a good time. Get some time just to miss the baby Chuck. That's okay. That's okay, she can look at the clip later. Yeah, I had like a whole plan to make it like really elaborate, and let it go for like a good solid 30 minutes. Then I thought, oh, but someone's gotta know... gonna notice. I just know it. I had to go with it. I had to go with it. Oh, thank you, thank you. I'm glad that I could do something comedically, very comedically timed for once. I'm not usually very good at it, but in this case, I pulled something off. We're gonna move Mobius up there. Have I met my audience? Some, not all. About to say something. Oh, the kid gonna play Factor didn't for some reason. Yeah, well, because for the past week, well, I should say the past couple of weeks, she has been like here. I have been holding her, so that's why there's like kind of the build up. Now it's like, no, now I could have the baby. Now you guys don't know. Now you don't know if it's real or not. I could have a fake. I could have a real baby. Who knows? Who knows? So now the precedence is there. The precedence is there, and we're ready. We're ready for it. Is what it is. Okay, well, let's go ahead and jump in with Timmy. Timmy. Hello. Yes, I'm here early this time because I don't have a baby that I have to sit there and babysit. Did you see? Did you see what I did? I brought in a fake baby, held it for a bit, and then I just randomly threw the baby and said, "Let's get to playing." I was gonna let it build up a lot more, but then I was like, someone's gonna notice. Someone's gonna notice, so... Yeah, I had to do it before somebody said something, you know?
Yeah.
I even, like, I had it positioned, I put the arm so that you could see an arm and everything, right?
Yeah.
But then I realized when I did, I was like, but if the arm doesn't move in the near future, someone's gonna be like, hey, how come that baby's not moving?
Yeah.
So... I rushed it a little bit, but I think the comedic timing still worked out. I think it still worked out.
It adds up. It adds up.
Yeah. I hope so, at least, because, like, I was getting ready and I thought, oh, that would be so funny! And now Steel clipped it, so we're good. Oh, and Omen's here early.
Oh, wow.
Wow, why are you here so early? You're even here before Pistachio.
Even though I think I saw Pistachio playing Factorio.
Yeah, but he doesn't want to play with us.
I know he hates us.
Because I got off work late and my wife isn't feeling well, so she went to bed.
Oh, I'm sorry. But now you get to play with the boys. Ooh.
Yep. And I get to keep continuing what I was working on.
Oh my, yes.
So...
So?
Yeah, my withdrawals from War Dogs. They're really killing right now.
It's so real. It is so real.
It's like...
Oh, is it like Bellamy, you only play on certain times?
It was only for the weekend.
Wow.
Sadly. Yeah, that was...
It was so glorious. Fun. It was so fun. I can't wait for September.
Oh my 10th. Gosh, yeah. Dude, I can't wait for, like, yeah, no, it's... It was great.
That's what you got going over here. Clip was late, unfortunately. It's because you're bad, Steel. That's okay. I'll get it later.
First, let me get my spreadsheets up.
Is this where you're putting the factory, or was this just you laying it out?
I mean, this is where I was going to put the red chip production.
Okay, I'll just check it.
I've already got it. For the most part, I just got to get the actual components down. Which I'm missing. Missing a beacon right here.
Make it as a sweet little treat for us.
I want to see if you zoomed in that much. Sheesh.
Is he making a treat, or is he the treat? Excuse me. Do you know if I saw actually happen, so I had to ask? Oh yeah. No, yeah, that I threw a baby. Sorta.
Sort of, he says.
It was funny.
It was.
Are you overlapping these beacons on purpose, Omen?
Yes. Yes, I am.
Okay. Just checking. And you were making this in order to go with your blue science stuff, right?
So yeah, it's so that way, I have access to have it like trained in, but then also in case anyone else needs red chips, that's why I'm building it so big.
Sure.
So that way it should hopefully have enough to sustain.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
I just gotta find my spreadsheet. Did I hear you fly away?
Well, yeah. Like, I'm working on stuff too. I was just curious, was all. Nothing but a thing.
Wait, I had to stop doing the blue science so I could work on this. That way I can get back to blue science. There we go. Alright, so
Watching YouTube seems funnier than this. Yeah, I was gonna say, I thought it was pretty funny.
Use copper wire. Okay. So if we get plastic shipped.
It could have been a lot funnier if I'd actually, like, timed it correctly, but
Plastic and green wire, or green chips.
that's okay, I suppose.
Plastic and green chips, I don't have belts. Okay. It's the copper wire that's going to be the problem. Got one with full belt. Means I need some foundries.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and get started on this. So I want to make some low density structure here, but low density structure, even with our foundries, actually takes a significant amount of time to make, which is why I wanted to add all of these speed modules around, which I didn't quite get the chance to do that all across the board here. So I'm gonna have to go down and get some more of that. But the big thing was I need to route the piping here. So this game felt pretty good. Okay, I was hoping so, because again, like, I want it to be a little bit more shock value, so to speak, right? But I wasn't sure how to actually do it, and then I was afraid I was taking too much time. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Guess I can just do. We'll just do a vertical flip. I gotta do a horizontal flip too. No, actually just do vertical. And then we'll just run these guys like so. Alright, and then it's just a matter of appropriately routing our pipes and such. So that'll be good. Yeah. Okay, so get me up to speed here. What's everybody working on, starting with tonight here?
Well, I'm gonna be working on Bucket Boy and the Peasant Launcher.
Okay.
So Bucket Boy is gonna be collecting resources, manufacturing the.
Honey, don't start like coming over here and like
the parts
yelling
I
at me
need
right now.
for the
Keep it
launchers,
down.
or
Keep
for
it
the,
down. That's
What's it
crazy.
called?
My gosh.
For the ammo.
Uh-huh.
So Bucket Boy needs to be able to collect. Well, it needs to make copper wire, steel, and then explosives. It's going to ship those over to Peasant Launcher, and then Peasant Launcher is going to manufacture the ammo for the railguns.
I like it.
Yep.
And then Omen, you're just like adding like auxiliary factories basically for your science. That's like your overarching thing, right?
Correct.
Okay. I'd ask Pistachio, but apparently he's making a sweet treat or something. I don't know what that's about.
It's because he hates us.
That's kind of what I was,
Or his
assuming
fiance got a
about.
hold of him again.
Oh.
No. She's the one that said he was making a sweet treat. Which, in hindsight, I think that means that he's probably gone. He's probably dead.
Well,
She's a dangerous
whatever you were saying, you muted yourself.
Yeah, sorry, I did that out of habit. I realized that after I said that she's probably killed him. He's the treat, and she's consuming him entirely.
Black Widow status. I like it.
Yes, that's the only conclusion I can possibly come to.
Yep.
That would have been so cool. Oh, wait, actually, ooh, oh my. I might have concocted something truly diabolical.
Yeah.
Oh yes, oh my yes. Oh, this looks gloriously chaotic. Oh, yes. Yeah, I would say I'm pretty happy with myself right now. And I don't say that very often. I usually hate myself. Okay, let's see. Now I just gotta... Oh, and just so you guys know, I'm just adding factories to the overall factory here. So if you guys need anything, you just gotta ask. You just gotta ask.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
for sure.
Ooh, I got an idea here. Yeah, I think that'll work. Because then what we're going to do is we're just going to have like our liquid tanks and supply will come kind of on the back end here. And then we should be good to go. thing I didn't know? There's a lot of things that I don't know. That's not news. That's nothing new. Oh, look who
Hello,
showed up. Oh my gosh.
I'm sorry.
How sweet was the treat? Hmm?
It was a s'more.
So you hate us.
You were
Oh my
delayed
gosh.
by a s'more.
Sounds about right.
Yes.
That's crazy. That's wild. I never thought that a s'more would be put above myself. That's crazy. That's very I don't know
I
how
guess
to
it
take
also depends
that.
on how he ate the said s'more, whether it was by himself or with a fiance. But you know,
Yeah, that's
I'll leave the imagination there.
very delicious.
I don't think he's that creative. I'm that creative. I don't think he is.
I would say.
Omen, where are you at right now?
I'm on novice.
I guess I'll see you.
That's kind of rude.
I was looking for him. Oh,
Hey.
there he
Would
is.
it be that creative with s'more?
Look, it's not fair.
What do you mean it's not fair? Oh gosh.
Are you watching the stream? You are now.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Who said she could watch? Whoa, whoa, whoa.
I mean,
whoa,
she
whoa.
invited herself.
Whoa, 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 whoa. I didn't realize that we were gonna have such illustrious company.
I can turn off Factorio from the TV.
Do you have any manners? Could you like talk with your mouth closed?
Excuse you. Apparently, she
No.
doesn't like Factorio on the big TV.
Why?
Seto, the speed is just.
Speed is key. Yeah, I know. Speed is key.
Fine. You can turn it off.
What? She's gonna turn it off? That's hurtful.
Boo.
It's like she doesn't care about us anymore.
Omen, you want to race?
Mobius, you want to race?
Shut up.
I'm currently building,
What are we racing?
and I don't have
Each
the
other.
upgrades that you have.
What upgrades do I have? I just have legs.
You probably have better upgrades than I do.
I don't know what you got.
What kind of chrome you got, Choom? Huh? What kind of chrome you got?
More than you can afford, pal.
That ain't true for me, son.
Yeah, you.
Hey, what you doing? What you doing, bud? Come on, keep
What
keep
the
up.
heck?
It's not fair. It's not fair.
More than you could afford, Choom.
What is this? What is this, Sonic?
No.
You're too slow.
I left Sonic behind in the dust years ago. Yeah, Sonic has nothing on me, baby. Mm-hmm. I have realized a critical flaw in this design, and now I'm very sad. That's
Oh,
okay.
really?
Yes. Oh my, yes. Even I can forget things at times, but it's okay because I have a lot of drones to do stuff for me.
Nice. Nice.
Yes. It is nice, isn't it?
It is. It is
You
very
also
nice.
have drones to do stuff for you. Did you know that?
I know. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Oh, you know. Hold
How
on.
many do you got?
Uh-huh.
What are you laughing at?
I'm thinking, because I was thinking. Well, I guess I still need calcite for Bucket Boy.
Mm-hmm.
Dang it.
Oh.
because I need to manufacture stuff on Bucket Boy. Okay, well, guess it's time to start working on my actual homework and not just messing around with running.
What?
Boo!
I can only imagine. I was able to catch Cole playing War Dogs, though. Wait for him to about the other roles, but I'm more excited about it. Dude, War Dogs is way fun. It is wicked fun. I wish I could have played it on Friday, but I just... A variety of factors prevented me from playing it, and that made me very sad. Of course there's gaps. Oh, wait. Actually, if I do... Let's see. So if we do this, maybe?
Oh.
That's not good. Also, Maldor, thank you very much for the resub. I kept forgetting to say that because I'm getting absorbed in how I want to lay this out here, but thank you very much for that, by the way. And thank you for liking the badge as well. I'm very happy with that badge. This isn't going to work the way I thought it was going to work. Okay, so what we have to do then is... This will be slightly cheaper anyway, just to do this. Yep, just that. That deal right there. And then we'll just kind of copy. Oops. Which then means this should all be good to go now. And then we can just... And then go even farther. And then we go too far, and that's okay. Yes. And then we can just come over here like so. Do a vertical flip. This is going to get rid of all the power lines there, and that's okay. There we go. That's much better. Okay, now is where I wanted to take this setup, and then we do a vertical flip. And now that should join up with the center. Like I was originally planning. So just like that. And yes. No. Wait a minute. Oh, there's just like random power lines in the way. That's what happened. Wait. That's the one right there. Yep. Okay. Okay, and then... Yep, now I'm just going to be low on some on some pipes, and that's okay. Okay, so now we just have to connect, like, all this stuff, so then we're just gonna come up to this one. And then this one is the center, which is copper. That's gonna line up like so. Oh, perfect. Now, in theory, if I just do this, do like that, but then like that maybe? Or did I... Center is copper. And then it's outside copper for like that stuff. So yeah, so this is good. It's just this has to go. It's not exactly right, but that's okay. The important thing is as long as everything does line up, and then it's just gonna be... Oops. There we go. There you go, like that. Okay, now I'm just gonna run back and get some underground pipes. Okay, so I asked everybody else, Chris, but what are you working on today?
I'm going to see if I can get the next step of my factory going to, in this case, accumulators. At least get the next something working that's requesting from the sorter facility over here.
Okay, okay. I like it.
It's an easy step, mainly because it's only base. It's the iron plates and obviously the battery. So those two things, it's fairly easy to come by. So try to get some system going of requesting, so or at least get it, you know, functional.
Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. Okay, well, I'm just going to carry on with what I'm doing. So, just for those of you that don't know what I'm doing, I am just working on the low-density structure provider for the factory, and I keep on not requesting enough underground pipe. I've got more space now, so I shouldn't be skimping on it like I keep doing. I would just sit there for a minute to get all that stuff. So do we have a goal tonight on, like, progression-wise that we want to get to, or are we just trying to do, like, general improvement right now?
I really want to get this, like, I think, honestly, like, getting the ship together for the production of the ammo is going to be getting us on track for getting to the edge of the galaxy, or the edge of the solar system, because we're going to need railguns, and until we get railgun ammo production going, like, it's not going to be possible.
What do we need for railgun ammo?
Copper,
Hey,
steel,
KB,
or
how
copper
are
wire,
you?
steel, and explosives.
I'm
so
doing
building a
great.
ship that's going to
Thank
fly
you very
around
much
the
for
inner
asking.
system and gather
Not
the
a lot of people
resources
ask
needed for
that, but you asked it, and I appreciate
and then it's going to
that.
ship
Thank
it
you
over
very
to
much.
the peasant launcher production, where we'll have ammo production going. And then the hope is
Okay, I think we got
that we
enough
can
of
load up the ship for the edge of the solar system with enough ammo to make it there and back. So we're not going to have ammo production on the ship.
Can we hold on? What do we need for what kind of ammo are we looking to do? Just red ammo?
Railgun ammo.
Railgun ammo. Okay. That's explosives, steel plates. Can we not? I guess. Can we do explosives in space?
Yeah, I'm already doing it on the Titan and author Steve Rowland.
Why not do the whole process in space? I guess. Unless
Because
that
it makes
is
the
what
ship
you're.
big and heavy.
But it doesn't have to move if it's if it's at a planet already.
How are you going to get to... So, the problem is getting the resources for the items. So, like, if it just sat in
Vulcanus.
orbit above... Right. But we can make it in space, like, no problem. And space materials are free.
Those Vulcanus materials, but then again, let me see. How much are we? We're wanting to. Where are we wanting to build all the stuff that?
Well, I already have the peasant launcher production set up. So that's making railguns.
Okay.
And then it's got the ammo blueprint stuff down here where it's going to be making the ammo. And then we're going to have to build a ship to go to the edge of the solar system. And so that ship, instead of manufacturing ammo on the ship, we're just going to load it up with ammo.
Okay.
So, yeah, so this is the storage site for the ammo and the railguns.
Mhm.
Then Bucket Boy is going to be making the railgun ammo, or making the parts needed for the railgun ammo, since it can move around.
Mhm.
So it's just going to fly around between here and like Vulcanus or whatever, collecting space materials to make steel and copper.
She's about oil control and circuits and process for your help in Discord. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. Do you want to go over right now? I'm not doing anything super important. I was just setting up a little factory right now to get like plastic and then some molten copper and iron coming over, but I can absolutely. Let me pull this out just a little bit more. Looking just for like a spacing on here that I can effectively do this, I hope. I need this in a way that I can actually... Okay, just want to stand... Yes, that's what I'm looking for. Yes, that's exactly what I'm looking for right there. Okay. Yes, okay. So, let me go back over to Discord and see... What was the specific thing again that you were asking about it? Because this was this last week? Because you started college, right? Let's see, because you were asking about... Stuff rocket fuel. I gotta go back over here, so let's see. Heavy oil. Sometimes heavy oil becomes full and all refineries don't work. How to fix it. Okay, yes. So, easiest way to do this, let's just we'll go ahead and just manually run over. I'll drop off a bunch of stuff for Omen because I'm such a nice, well guy. So this is our oil field that we have right now. So I'm going to zoom in so I'm not giving away too many things. The way this works is that you have over here your normal conventional setup in actually bringing oil in. This is completely the norm of what you're going to do, where I have some rare pumps to increase the speed, but you got your 3 pumps set up to bring oil in, to bring it in from the outside, like I said. So you have your advanced oil processing here, which then, of course, you see here we do have a little bit of an output build-up right now. That's not a problem. You're going to see why that's not a problem in just a moment. But all these come up into these storage tanks, which are all hooked up to wires that you see right there. That's going to come in very important here. All the layout of how we have all this stuff isn't really important as long as it's something that makes sense to you. In my case, mine is a more tileable deal that I've got going on right now, right? And this is something that I like to do. This is enough machines, and this suits the needs of our factory right now, especially since we're not in full production scale. Now, what you'll notice up here is that I've got heavy oil is completely full, light oil is almost full, and petroleum gas is actually functionally completely full. This is all working as intended. These are the levels that I want right now. This is where things get a little bit trickier. So right now we have a cracking setup. Yours does not have to be this complicated, because this is simple but complicated. My cracking setup utilizes what is known as a sushi pipe. Basically, one pipe of output for both light oil and for petroleum gas that comes in here and then gets filtered to where it needs to go, which means that we also have to filter out the input fluid of heavy oil and light oil as well, right? That's what all this like complicated stuff is here. You don't need all of this complicated stuff. I'm going to show you the basics of what you need, just with a couple of little tricks. So I'm going to have a constant combinator, and then we're going to have 3 tanks representative of our 3 different fluids, right? In fact, I'll do a constant combinator at each, and then we'll just put on our fluids. So I like to have heavy oil far left, and then I do light oil in the center, and petroleum on the right. This makes a lot of sense when you think about it, because you're going to have your regular pipe that comes in from the side. So you'll have a pipe that comes in to feed this one. So these are representative of your regular output from the oil field, right? Need the complicated stuff, just using interrupts for train scheduling isn't going to be good enough. Yeah, that's fine. We can get to that in just a bit. But for right now, let's focus on the simpler bit. There's still going to be circuits involved with this. So the problem that you've been noticing, KB or eGamer, whichever one you prefer to go by, is whenever you are outputting over here, you can see that you get 25 heavy, 45 light, and 55 petroleum. So every time that you do this recipe, you're getting mostly petroleum, which is fine because you're using petroleum the most out of all this. Followed by light oil, and then heavy oil, really, you use it for lubricant, or you use it to crack down into light oil for other applications. So, because of this, though, you will often run into the problem that petroleum will be the first thing to back up, usually. But because you're actually using petroleum, that will start to go down, and then you might run into a backup of light oil. But then again, you are using that, which means that eventually you run into heavy oil, which you're not using for anything, right? Because if we look at heavy oil, what's it used in? Coal liquefaction, which in the beginning you're really not doing that. You've got the heavy oil cracking to light, which we'll talk about in a bit. You can turn heavy oil into solid fuel, but that's only going to last for so long before you start to have a backup of solid fuel, right? You can also, of course, use it for lubricant, which is a 1-to-1. You can convert 1-to-1 heavy oil to lubricant for different things. And then later you will be using heavy oil for electrolyte, but that doesn't apply to you back on Novice. That applies to you on Fulgora. So really, the true purpose of heavy oil is to convert it to lubricant or to convert it over to light oil at a slight loss, right? So, now we can look over at our light oil, and this one is kind of a similar thing. You're going to turn that into petroleum at a slight loss with the oil cracking of that, or to waste it in flamethrowers because you got too much of it. You can do it in flamethrowers if you want, that's true. Typically you would I tend to do light oil in flamethrowers just because I'll be cracking heavy oil in order to like compensate and balance things, so I might as well throw it down and make it into light oil and then use the excess light oil. But you can do heavy oil. You can do any of these oil products in flamethrowers. It doesn't truly matter. I don't think it makes a difference on the damage or anything. Last I checked, at least. So light oil, you are using this for your rocket fuel, and you tend to, at least I tend to just do the light oil into the solid fuel and into the rocket fuel itself. And then, of course, light oil comes into play on Fulgora. You don't need to worry about that right now. Normal oil can be used in flamethrower, yes, but doing normal oil in the flamethrower is actually not very efficient. It's better to do it and then use one of the byproducts. is usually a much more efficient way to use your oil. I very, very rarely, if ever, use crude oil in a flamethrower. Mainly because that is going to be your maximum loss when it comes to productivity on it. Okay, so we understand that. Then we come over to petroleum. And petroleum, we're using it in plastic, which we use so much. We use so much plastic. We use it in sulfur as well. And then we can use it in, you know, some of this. But really, this is the main stuff. And then there are some other recipes that do take in some of this. But this is like the main bit of it here, okay? Go to supply outpost. The oil makes sense for understand, otherwise it doesn't. Yeah. It can make sense, but I would still choose to break it down and then supply it automatically. I would still choose to do that. So, personally speaking, I never use crude oil for that, but you totally can. There's nothing saying that you can't do that. I just find it very, very inefficient to do so. Anyway, so we've gone over this and kind of the reasoning of this. And like I said, this is a sushi pipe setup that controls the flow of our input fluids, which right now it is heavy oil because we have an abundance of heavy oil here. And then there's some circuit control going on here, reading our tanks and then judging which one we need to crack down based on the contents of what our tanks are. Right now, we don't really need this because our liquid wagons, as you can see over here, on the right-hand side is kind of our little pseudo dashboard. We've got like 400,000 crude oil in reserve, 400,000 petroleum, 400,000 light oil, and 400,000 crude oil, and the rest of it, it's all 400,000. But you'll see that everything is usually above that, except for crude oil right now, which is below that threshold, meaning that we're actually going to be dispatching and getting crude oil as it becomes available. The problem with that right now is that our crude oil fields typically right now are producing at extremely slow rates because we've been kind of tapping into them for a while. So a common thing that people don't understand about oil fields is that oil fields are the only truly infinite thing on Novice. I'm not going to say in the whole game because it used to be the whole game, but it's not that way anymore. But even though these are infinite, they get down to a certain floor, and you can see here how slow these guys will actually produce that oil. You can offset that a little bit by researching your bonuses when it comes to oil and general mining as well. So you can see right here with the mining productivity at 60%. This means that for every time that we pump out one output of oil, if you will, we're going to get basically a little over halfway towards another pump of it. Yes, it hits a floor. There is an actual floor that it will hit. So you can kind of monitor these things. You see this one, I'm pretty sure this has been sitting at 790% for a while. There's also some fields that I haven't tapped into yet. This is why it's important to have a system that can handle multiple oil fields, because it's much better to have oil fields like this one here, which this one is just going to fill up enough to get one train loaded and then request a train. But you can see here how slow that actually is, right? And this is one of the first, this is actually the first oil field that we did. And it's going to be sitting at 252% for the rest of the game. It shouldn't get any lower than this. They all have some type of a value. And I forget exactly what the percentage is, but they will hit a floor. They never run out. They will always produce oil. Which is why your mining productivity research, right here, this one, is a hugely important research to do. Hugely important. We haven't really spec'd into this too much because we've been too busy getting some of these other researchers in order to actually, do more of this research where we've been trying to go through our Gleba sciences and make sure that we're not wasting that. Which we're not really wasting anything with Gleba because Gleba is the planet that has truly free and infinite resources. We get to that later. Okay, so you have this. Now, this is how cracking works. So, unlike over here where you have your oil refineries, cracking is going to take place in a chemical plant, such as this. Let's just bring this over here. And you can see the recipe for that right here. You got your heavy oil to light, and then the opposite over here is the light to petroleum. So what's critical to know about this is that when you do this, you're going to lose 10 units. So 40 heavy oil turns into 30 light oil. Then over here, you've got 30 light oil turns into 20 petroleum gas. Doesn't space also technically have infinite resources? Yes, it does. Yes. So, but it doesn't have everything. The only thing that you're really paying for when it comes to space is time. And when you have ships going fast enough, you have your processes going fast enough, time is not really that much of a factor, right? Okay, so this is what you've got right here. I want to keep in mind when you do this stuff, you do have the option to do horizontal and vertical flips with your fluid inputs. So here's the horizontal flip, which is like not quite like a normal rotation, but then you have a vertical flip. This will let you flip your fluid inputs and outputs, which can be very helpful when you need to do something like this. So if you were matching this over, you can make the fluid inputs match if it's the same recipe, okay? So what you want to do is you want to have these two processes, which is what this is representative of, V and H, yes. So this is representative of your two, whatever how large of your facilities you are doing for your cracking, okay? This is just a small scale of it. Now what you want to do is you want to actually be able to read from all of these, which we're going to use green wires arbitrarily. And then I just want to point out that each of these combinators represents what this tank is holding, okay? And then we're going to take this, and we're not going to reach that because apparently that wire does not go that far. We're going to go right over here. So this is going to tell us what level of fluids we have. And what you want to do is, depending on the level of your tanks, you want to strike a balance, right? And that balance is completely up to you. In this example, we're going to go over 25,000 tank levels, not going to account for anything that's going to be in the pipe. We're going off of the purely the storage tank values, okay? Which means that each of these could have a maximum value of 25k, right? So we'll go ahead and do that, representing a full tank of each in this case. And these constant values, again, are just arbitrary values that we can set and use as constant signals to test the system. That's the whole point of this, okay? So, each of these represents one of your tanks, and then we'll simulate different environment variables here. So, what you want to do is you would essentially, at a basic level, let's do a constant combinator at each location like this. And what these would do is these are going to read from what you've got going up here, what you have available, and these will then make a decision and then turn on this stuff ahead of it. Okay? So in this case, we'll look over at our decider combinator for the heavy oil to light, because this is probably the easiest one to start with. Because this one should be pretty simple. You can just do a simple little condition like this. You want to say, hey, if I've got light oil and that light oil drops below, we'll say about half, right? So we're looking at about 13,500, okay? I'm going to say when this drops below half, I'm going to send out a signal, and this could be light oil specifically, or I prefer to do the actual recipe, which is the heavy oil cracking to light oil. And what this will do is you can then have this enable if that is equal to 1. And then just to have a little visual representation, because we don't have a lot going on right now, we're going to do a light. And we're going to turn this to a green light to represent on. And we'll enable this just by copy clicking. You can actually copy and click the enable right there. So this will only turn on if this decider combinator hits that specific threshold. Then we can do a copy paste over here, but instead of light oil, we're going to be looking at, well, hold on. We're going to be looking at the petroleum, and then we're going to shift this recipe for seemingly the same deal. You're going to see why I say seemingly in just a moment, though. Okay, and then this one, enable if, and then we're just going to change this recipe once again. And then same thing here, this is an enable right there. Okay, you can copy and paste across both of them. So both of these, the light is off because we haven't had a single pass. If I come up here and I change this to be like 12, okay? Light turns on, meaning, hey, we have not enough of our petroleum gas, we're going to turn this on. Here's the problem you're going to face. What happens when this reaches a point that it is right at that 13,499, right? So we go up 13,499, which is 1 unit below. That's great, it works. But then what happens as soon as we hit 13.5? Well, it turns off. By multiple tank storage, should I multiply? You don't have to, because the tanks will... You can look over here. Tanks will even out their contents across the entire connected storage with all the pipeline and all that. And you can actually kind of see that here when you look at the storage tank contents. You can actually read the contents of the single bit here, or read the entire pipeline contents if you want to. I do this out of habit because you used to be able to do this. You can totally just go off of just one. And then allow it to just even out and go off of that. But if you want to be more fine-tuned and granular with it, then yeah, what you could do is just hook up to each of these tanks, and then you have the sum total of them all across. So right here, I've got a red wire that connects to all these tanks, and you can see here, I can see the total of every single tank summed up together, right? And that is what I'm then using to make decisions on this doohickey down over here, right? But again, that's a little bit more difficult. We're now going to introduce you to something right now that's going to be very helpful, especially for an oil cracking setup. The concept of the set reset latch, basically. Do the tanks instantly balance, or is there a flowing powder? Technically there is a flow, but they will functionally balance instantly. Yes. Functionally, they balance instantly. It's like, it's a difference of ticks. Alright. For those of you that are subbed and still watching, basically, I'm just going to kind of set up a set reset latch right here and explain the concept of this working here. Let's see, because then what we're going to do is we'll set... output. I got to remember now. Oh, are you back already? Wow, that was quick. We'll wait for DIY to also get back and make sure that everybody's all good to go here. Then just make sure that I'm doing everything correct over here. Where's my set reset? Greens for this go. Yeah, that's all slightly more complicated stuff there. Ooh, excuse me. Ooh, okay. Yeah, because what we're going to do essentially here, this is going to be a set reset latch. And I did this wrong. Because we're going to go off of what's coming in as input on the green. And then we're going to use this to connect the input and output here. And then I just have to make sure I set this right. So we're going to do... See, because we're going off of green on this stuff, right? So we need to look at a couple things here. So first and foremost is we're going to look at petroleum gas twice here. Let's see. I think it's that, and we're going to look for the check mark. Equals 1. Let's see. Am I doing this right? Because I think this is going to be the lower band. Let's see, so we do like 24,000. Then I think this is going to be our lower band right here. I got to remember how to do this from scratch a little bit because it's healthy to it's healthy to do that. And then our lower band is going to be, I'll set to 14,000 right now. Where this is then going to output that green check mark. Right there, see? And then, making sure that I did this correctly, if I set this to like 19,000. It did not stay. Why didn't it stay? Why didn't it stay? It should have stayed. Yeah, that should have stayed. What am I missing on it? Oh, I'm supposed to... I'm hooking the green. The red is the one that goes out. I'm almost dead positive that's what it is. So if I do 13,000 again, green turns on now because we've hit that, the decision right here, which was that 13,000, right? And we've also hit the decision over here, which is that it was less than 14,000. And now if I come over here to 18, we'll say, that light goes off, but it still didn't work. Wait, what the fuck? What did I do wrong? Hold on, I did something wrong. Oh. Oh, I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid. I had it right the whole time. I missed a little doohickey there. Because now if I do... There we go. That's what I was missing there. Okay. I'm stupid. I'm stupid. We gotta fix that. Okay. Ad break is over. I'm now going to explain the concept of a set reset latch. So you notice over here, I've got this green light right there. I'm going to put a green light here next to this as well, and I'm going to give it a similar green light right there. But I am going to change this to be that green check mark. Can't fix stupid. Oh, but we can. That's why we're here. So I'm going to reset this a bit. So I'm going to have this go up to... I'll say 25,000, meaning it's full there, okay? Okay. So what's going to happen here is I'm going to match it to this. So this right now is 13.5, right? So I'm going to say this one is also a 13.5. So you have a similar thing going on. So this combinator is going to do the same thing as this combinator, but it has a little trick to it. There's a little trick with this. So when we come over here, we drop down to 13,000, which is going to be below that 13,500 for both. Both of these green lights come on, meaning both of them are saying, let's turn this on and let's start cracking the light oil, right? Okay, this is going to be the difference. Remember how before I showed when we go above this 13.5, that this is just going to turn off? Watch what happens now if I come up to 14,000, which is above that 13.5. That one turns off, meaning that it would turn the machines off. But this one does not, meaning it would actually keep these machines on. This is because we have turned our decider combinator here functionally into a memory cell by feeding the output into the input on this side. So, let me explain. What this does is, at a very, very core fundamental bit, you can set on the input side here a couple of conditions using OR and blocks, okay? Up here at the top, this is our set. This is our set signal. When we get below a certain threshold, we want to turn on our cracking machines, right? We want to turn this stuff on right here. That's great. But you don't want it to just turn on until it hits that floor and then do this thing where it oscillates, right? You don't want it to do that little... You're going to see that if you do it that way. That light will start blinking, and the machines will also start blinking on and on. Not only does it hurt your eyes to see that, it's also not good to do that because you're just going to waste power and get nothing done that way either. So, this is where your reset signal comes in. What you do is you have an AND block down here with two conditions. The one condition is your upper floor. So right here, I set it to 24,000, which is not quite the entire... it's not quite the entire contents of the tank, because you don't technically want it to be. We've done this in auction and on included as well. Having 100% sometimes can mess with signals. So you want to go down a little bit below it because it gives you a little bit of wiggle room to do stuff, right? You are then going to set your check signal right here. So this will actually have two things go on. Because we're going to have that check signal, which is actually meant for this. But we're also going to send out the signal that we actually want to turn stuff on with, which would also output. So this is going along on the red wire, meaning, watch this. See that right there? That now turned on because it's looking for this signal, right? This also has been enabled because it's looking for that same signal. So even though I'm using the checkmark signal, the checkmark really only matters for the green wire right here. The checkmark going out on the red is just kind of like a... It's just like, oh, this signal's being broadcasted, you don't really need to worry about this. This is mostly for its own benefit right here. But you could combine these. I just like to use the checkmark signal because that's very much a good signal representation for like a set reset deal. Is that checkmark of, hey, we're on right now. When it turns off, the whole thing turns off, right? And then again, when this reaches that upper threshold we set at 24,000, the second that it hits that 24,000 right here, lights go off because we've hit that now. And then if we drop below our maximum, which we will, we go down to like 15,000. Nothing happens. The signal there's getting past green, but nothing actually happens because we haven't hit the trigger. Does that make any sense? Holy cow, you're genius. No, this is actually pretty standard knowledge for people that get into Factorio circuit stuff. If you want to look at some stuff written down, I'm going to put down a link. I'll put it over onto the Red app as well. This is the Factorio Circuit Network Cookbook, is what it's called. It's a very good thing to use. I actually had to go and reference it just to remind myself. It's not going to have the exact thing that I just showed you here, but it does have they call it an RS latch. There's a slight difference between an SR latch and an RS latch, but it doesn't really matter to you. You're going to be performing the same basic thing, right? So essentially, because of 2.0, we can combine this down to one combinator, where before you had to have multiple of them for the signals and that. And what I did is I went over to that cookbook, I reminded myself, I looked at their example, I adapted it to my use case here. So you'll notice on that one, when you go down to the latches, is that they have all the signals checkmarked. I like to separate signals and make sure that I'm not looking at any others, even if none of the others are actually connected. So just keep that in mind. You don't have to do that, but I like to do that. I like to just make sure they're separated because they give us that option. So this will effectively be a better version of this one. This can work in like a pinch, but this is the one that you want right here. Any questions about that? This is probably the most important bit about your oil cracking setup. This didn't turn on because you're over 13,000. That is correct, yes. We are sitting at 15,000 because this value, 13.5, which is half of the total value that we calculate over here, or that we read over here. Excuse me on that one. Because that hasn't fired, this also hasn't fired, because what we have to do is it has to have this be true and this be true for this to fire. But this will only ever be true if a signal ever passes, which is what this one is. When this signal passes, this then allows this to pass, which then will come back and will allow this to pass as well. So I'll show that again right here. So we'll do 13,000. So what you're going to see right here is because of this. This is the key factor right here, because this one turned on, allowed this output to happen, and then because we're feeding that green wire back in over here, this will constantly output that. So when I come back over here and we go to 15,000 again, green light still maintains, it still stays on. That hasn't changed at all. But this is maintaining that green signal because this condition has remained true. That's the key takeaway from that, is that you can essentially use an SR latch by building in a memory cell by feeding the output to the input, and then designating a signal as a keep alive signal. So that the second that this top layer right here, your ceiling, breaks, this condition is now no longer true, which then effectively turns off the set signal, and then it will reset the whole thing. Other than War Dogs, I got great news, Steel. You can play Factorio. It's a great game. It's a great game. Get your brain working. That's what we like to see, at least. You see? Yep, like I said, this is actually a very useful and very versatile combinator setup to use for multiple things. And they've added else outputs. You could do like an else output down here. So for example, we could do, I don't know, we could do like a red signal, right? If you really, really wanted to. There's a couple of use cases for this. So we could come over here and then enable this. We'll turn this light red if the red signal is on. But you could also do this as the absence of a signal. So then we come over here, and when this is at that 24, I'll say 24,500. Red signal comes on, which is this else output, which just indicates, this just indicates we're off right now. But again, you don't have to do this. You could actually take away that else output, and you could just do this if the check mark equals 0, and you achieve the exact same thing with that one. He is a good father. Yes. Oh my, yes. I'm an excellent father. Oh my, yes. 1.5 weeks into all the trips, yeah. Well, I got great news. Like, when War Dogs does come out, I'm gonna play the shit out of that, and I would love to play with you, Steel. Just saying. I forgot to tell you, Steel, I did get into making fobs a little bit. It was actually really entertaining to make the fobs, and I also found the joy of doing delivery runs, and I found out how you're supposed to use the supply crates as a delivery, provider, making money and stuff, and it was pretty cool, actually. It was so wholesome. Could become a very good teacher. I've heard a lot of people say that. I don't know if I believe it, though. I don't know if I believe it, but I appreciate the sentiment. Thank you very much for that. Okay. Speaking of teaching, are there any other questions regarding this this setup? Because again, like I said, it's not it looks complicated, but it's really not that complicated. If we get rid of the lights here that were used as examples, and then we get rid of this one, and we just go with this one being what we actually wanted, and then you just hook that up right there, and then get rid of the extra wire, which would be getting rid of this pretty much entirely, and then you just go like that. That's essentially what you need right there. That would handle that, and then you would just you would copy this over, and then this is actually something that would be critical to know. You would want to change this for your light oil, and then this would change to your heavy oil cracking. This is something that might come up, so I'm going to kind of bring this to your attention now. So, we would have these share the same signals, reading the same values and all that, right? Because you have these on the same green wire, and you want them to then feed into each other like this, right? You can't let them share the same keep alive signal like this. So what I would instead do is either just designate some other arbitrary signal for this, or you could just give it the symbol for, you can just give it like the same symbol, essentially, that it's going to do right here. So you would cut this out to lower this down, and then you would just put the heavy oil cracking onto that right there, and use this same for the sending the recipe signal, but then also as the keep alive signal, right? So this allows you to then use these guys on the same network. So you would change this one as well, because they're not going to be looking for that. You know, they're looking for different signals as their keep alive, right? So that's kind of what you would be going off on that one. So if I come over here, and we have the same values here, so if I just set this down to 12,000, ta-da, it turned green, and then if I come back up here to 19,000, still green. This one not affected at all because this isn't looking at the same thing. In my particular case, because I am doing a sushi pipe, I actually have to make sure that this one and this one do not turn on at the same time. So you have to have a couple of extra conditions with that. At this level, do not worry about that. Keep these separate and then have each of these turn on when they are needed in their specific tank. And you will be totally fine. Because if your light oil is low, you just want to start feeding that in from the heavy oil. And then if the petroleum is low, you just want to pull that from your light oil, right? The only thing that I would do is I like to have some light oil on hand. So what I would do is I look over here and I would actually set a condition for this one to start the whole thing, where I would pull this up and I would do an and on this one, checking the light oil and just making sure that light oil is greater than like 5,000, like something fairly low. And then as long as that's true, you'll see what'll happen here is then we'll have this come over and we'll just do like 5,000 on this one just cause, right? Oh, and I forgot to, we'll just put a green light over here again. And we'll have this one just be that so that we know what's going on. Oh, I did a green wire because I'm stupid. And I don't say that very often. There we go. Okay. So now if I have this one bump up now, what'll happen here is you'll see this is still going to trigger and keep the keep alive and all that, but now it has an additional condition that, hey, you know, I would like to get more petroleum, but if we have no light oil, basically, because we use light oil for other stuff in your factory, let's not turn that on until we hit that. Once we know we have that, then it's like, hey, you know, we already turned this on. And then even if light oil is getting down low, like this 3,000 right here, it doesn't matter. This is still going to go until it's hit the petroleum because we said, hey, this was above what we wanted. Even if we're going to go below that now, we're ready to do this. But if it starts below that, we don't want to do that, right? Why not use a pump? Doesn't do the same thing. You can't wire a pump to do a set reset latch. So if you do a pump, basically, so we just go like right here. When you wire up to the pump, if you're just to read the contents here, all you can do is enable on a single condition, just like we did over here with a decider combinator with a single condition, right? Which works until it doesn't. Well, what you could do is instead of turning on all these machines, you could actually switch the SR latch from the machines and switch this SR latch to the pump. That's where the pump would be very powerful because you can then have this control the pump, and then the pump, which comes down and feeds, you know, each of the points down here, which you would, of course, you do this more properly than this. But would come down to feed all this stuff in order to actually, you know, do that. And I pulled from the petroleum because I'm stupid. But you kind of get the idea with this one here, is that you could have it control the pump, and then no matter how many machines down here, it's just going to cut off the flow when it needs to, right? That's a totally fine way to do it, but not with just this. This is one that you would actually set probably this green checkmark signal. If you're going to use a separate signal for that, you would set this one as the equals 1 onto that network, basically. So that's what I would do, is because you want to have a little bit of redundancy, but you can choose to either turn off the machines and then let the fluid sit in the pipe, or you can do kind of what Gumpy said and do a pump, but I would do the pump in a way that you control it still using the SR latch. Do you connect heavy light oil convert to light tank, then to light petro to petro tank, or just straight? So that depends on what you're doing. So I can actually show this one. So with the sushi setup that we did for our oil cracking, this comes up here to this kind of semi-complex area, and these come up to these buffer tanks. So these buffer tanks are not directly connected here because we have the possibility, like you see here, that sometimes you can get a little bit too much of something and you don't want it to clog this entire cracking process, right? So these will sit in these buffer tanks, and then from these tanks, these get pumped out, and from here they can either go straight up to the tanks, or they can actually feed straight over into all this. In the case of petroleum, this never comes back here. Petroleum is always out feeding, and this is just, that underground pipe's a legacy bit there. But the light oil now has the option to go up. It has a pump here that will pump it this way when it's needed. Otherwise, it'll just let it continue to flow that way. And the pump separates the pipe sections, is the most important thing of that. These are just simply on, which means that they'll just kind of fill up some oil here. But then, if these aren't turned on, all the other oil will just go this way and going whichever direction it needs to go, particularly onto our various trains. So yeah, in my case, it's everything in the oil cracking setup, whereas it's the input fluid or the output fluid that we like filter out, will all eventually come back to this area, and then this area will then feed it down and then distribute it to wherever it needs to go. So the answer to your question, instead of just straight, is that it actually does sort of both. So instead of like going from the heavy light oil convert to light tank, and then light, you can do all types of setups with that, but a lot of the time what people will do is they'll have their tanks, and then they'll have the cracking go straight back to the tank, assuming that they want to fill that up as fast as possible. Or if they're doing a whole cracking setup that's purely for petroleum, they crack heavy to light and then light down to petroleum in the same flow, and then they let light oil feed in part way through the flow if there's a need for it. So essentially what they do is they bleed out the heavy oil first, then they start to tap into the light oil, and then they go off with just the raw petroleum on its own. There's no right or wrong way to do that. There's different schools of thought when it comes to that, and my thought is basically what I just showed you here, where I have the buffer tanks, and then I allow it to flow either way that it needs to, and if it can't flow either way in the case of heavy oil here, it will just sit. And as part of my design here, with the heavy oil in particular, I allow the heavy oil to sit here, because it was the last thing that had been cracked, and when I don't need anything else cracked, I let it sit here because most likely heavy oil is what we're going to crack first. But if that ends up happening, it takes basically no time to actually pump this all out. And in fact, since I've, quality cycled my pumps now, I can actually make these a little bit faster. Just like that. Because this one, speed is definitely a very big factor. Just do a little bit of that. Yep. Alright, any other questions about this? If you would like, I can make the blueprint, and then I can just like pump the string over to you. You can import this so you can look at it physically, and then you can kind of glean and piece the stuff out of here that you need. This is just a decider commenter, you don't need that one. And this one's just an example bit. This is the core of what you would need right here. Nope. Alright. You want the string? Okay. Let me come over to Discord real quick and make sure that I get... Where did Discord go? There it is. Then I gotta open up my message. Okay, so I'm gonna just do this. And this is really simple to do. You can just do this, and then you can export the string. You copy that string, you send it to the recipient like that. You'll then just copy that same string, and then come over here to import string. You're gonna paste that in, import, place. Make sure you power it just so you can see everything going on, then you're good to go. Okay, so since I've already gone and exported that, I'm going to rip that up. And again, if you have any other questions, following up from that, don't hesitate. Do not hesitate. What is this? Oh, no. Okay. Better check in with everybody. Okay, I am back. How is everyone doing?
Fantastic. We're making progress here.
Nice, nice.
Whether or not it's going to work, we'll find out, but we're getting there.
Well, I mean, that's always the question, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. Just like that. Okay.
That doesn't give me room for signals. Gross. Alright, so nobody needs my help at this time then? Y'all are good?
At this time,
Not currently.
no.
No, I'm just going through iterations of how to plan this out, or maybe no, but not right now.
Alright. I like to hear that.
All right.
That's the good stuff. That's the good stuff. Wait a minute. How is that? Oh. I fixed it because I'm a genius.
Are you?
No. I'm so stupid. It's not even funny how stupid I am.
Nah, you.
No, you're making fun of me. I sense it.
Me make fun of you? Ah!
Perish the thought, right? Okay, let's see. I need to think about this a little bit. So we did like that. Or... Can I connect to this even? Oh, I can. Oh my gosh, yes. Then we just do a chain there. Do a rail. Yeah, that should be fine there. Okay.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks to you learned Wales, I still enjoy playing the game. Oh, good. I'm glad. Because railways can turn off some people. I do acknowledge that. Ooh, I don't think I want to get that messy with it. So I guess this will just be a simple way to get these out and going. Oops. There we go. And then we'll just do, because I got intermediate trains coming through here, so I want to do some nice spacing for those, and then everything else will just kind of fall into place with it for the most part. Oh. There you go. Then we'll just cut off right there. Yeah, that should work. Okay. Okay. I'm not turning these things on just yet. Soon, though. what I'm going to do is, because this is going to be a fairly large facility, I'm going to double up here and do... Essentially, I'm going to do 2 trains worth of liquid, and then I'm going to just fill
I'm
these
back.
up with the plastic that's needed.
Come back.
Hi.
Okay, now what I have to do from here is we'll just have a pump for each thing. So I just have to decide which one's going to be iron, which one's going to be copper, basically. So this one will go to the copper. This one will go to the iron. Now, these pumps aren't strictly necessary, by the way, but I like to put them in because I'm, you know, I like redundancy. And now we turn this on. Now, this is immediately requesting that plastic that we just parameterized in. So plastic's going to come in nice and easy. But what I need to do now is I have to test this stuff. So we're going to have this train just kind of sit here for a bit. Oh, and I can actually get rid of this in order to allow both of these to now flow in and fill up both sides, because that will be very important in a bit. And then this will go ahead and slowly seed all of this and have it ready to go. Okay, now what we have to do... For me, I like to do... For liquids, this is very simple. I will hook up to all 4, come over here, and then I'm just going to divide this. So I'll just do each to make it arbitrary. And I'm going to divide it by 50,000, which is the value of a single liquid cargo wagon. And then I'm going to do L as the signal. I did that wrong. I did that wrong. I just need to make sure that the spacing is good right here. I'm so stupid. My brain just fried. Hold on a second. What you looking at? Huh, bud? What, you want to fight my
I
train?
just noticed like
Huh?
a lot of.
Huh?
I just noticed with a lot of your circuits up here, you always put an antenna with it or radar with it.
I do, yeah. Because I'm hooking up to, like,
Is there
wireless
just-
stuff.
Oh.
Uh-huh. Oh, yes.
Didn't know you could go wireless in this game.
Well, yeah, so they made it so that your radar stations can actually be used to transmit signals and stuff.
Okay. That's actually pretty neat.
Yeah, I thought so too. Oh, duh. I'm so stupid.
Are you though?
I am. I really am. I had to remind myself how I was doing the liquid stuff. I'm just gonna take that M. Then we're gonna minus. This is the copper. Take red minus the copper green, and then we take that. Ta-da!
What would it take for me to get stack inserters on Fulgora again? I'd have to import some materials, obviously, because jelly and carbon fiber.
Great sacrifice.
Or you could import the stack inserters themselves.
Sacrifice.
Sacrilege.
No, just sacrifice. are you actually asking, or are you just being like
I'm actually asking because I'm gonna need stack inserters eventually, and I'm like,
So you could
I was just
send
checking to see what
you could
capabilities.
send something over to Gleb's orbit, and then you could ask for, you know, some of that beautiful stack inserter that's in that passive provider chest, which has approximately 2.4 thousand within it. That, you know, that could be an option. Or you could do it the hard way and just like request all the stuff that you need for it. You know, that's also an option, I suppose. If you really want to try making it yourself, I guess.
Oh, that'd be so hard.
It would be, wouldn't it?
Is 500 a reasonable amount?
I don't know, is it? How many do you need?
Probably 500.
Oh, I was wondering why I wasn't getting all of these running. Man, this is a hungry factory, oh my gosh.
Maybe you shouldn't have made it so big.
I actually needed to make it bigger. this doesn't
So you
make...
say it's hungry now? It's gonna be starving.
Well, the problem is this doesn't really make low density structure as fast as I would like. In fact, I think I need to beef up the amount right now. So now I can just change this to 150,000. And I think this actually uses way more copper than it does iron, so that makes a lot of sense. What the hell? Why are you still here? What? Oh, I've made a terrible mistake now. Oh, I forgot to hook up the green wire now.
No.
So now you just got a train sitting there.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Alright. Get out of here, I guess. Go on. Go on. Get you hence. I'm sure we'll be fine. But yes, we're making low density structure
You
here.
need like a bypass for the bypass to bypass.
No, that's not the problem with it. This actually works out fine because the plastic will be the longest thing, so just letting the liquid trains come by, because I'm using rare pumps. These things drain these tanks so fast. I don't know if you understand how fast they drain them. It's beautiful. It's so beautiful. I love quality cycling.
Until you get those legendary ones, and then like the train will be there for like 3.5 milliseconds, be gone.
Unless I quality upcycle the train so they have even greater storage.
Yeah.
Thank you for the hydrate. I appreciate that, by the way. Okay, I think putting the pump there is actually limited. Yeah. Oh my word, that's way better. I didn't realize how much that pump was was limiting its output there. Yeah, unloading from the train is great, but otherwise you want it just to kind of sit there in the network. And the second that they become available to the storage tanks, they just like nearly instantly go to wherever they need to go.
Okay, so I'm trying to bring the
Technically, it's a wood unlimited.
onto
If you're
the
planting it, yeah.
to full Quora, but it's not
Technically, yeah.
requesting it for whatever reason. We've got
Where are
both.
you at?
So
You messing with my log hopper? You're pissing me off right now.
just temporarily.
What are you doing to it? That's my baby. I made that. I made it.
So
He's doing unmentionable things.
I've got
to it.
1,000 stack inserters on this hopper. Well,
Okay.
rather, at least 500. But
You have 722 on here. Next.
yes, exactly. Actually, let me then just do 500 to see if it will.
I did not
suffice.
try them orders. I saw them go, but I didn't
Okay,
man
so
them
how do
order
I
myself.
transfer
My
those
bad for not
500
answering
stack
that.
inserters to
Log hopper was the nickname of my
a
ex.
different platform.
Yeah, did you give him that nickname or did they earn it? So what are you trying to do?
I want to send the stack inserters over to Fulgora. Ultimately, obviously, but I'm trying to get the log hoppers to trade with each other. In this case, have the log hopper of Gleba log hopper transfer material to the Fulgora log hopper.
I see. And how do you plan to transfer it over? What was your reasoning, your thinking with that one?
Well,
know
I
what would
thought
be
it would automatically
easier?
send it down, and then it would send it back up. But obviously, that's going to cost too much.
Wow, it's like someone doesn't read patch notes and understand why we went to experimental.
I was gonna say it'd probably just be easier for you to add the station onto the log hopper and then delete it when you're done.
This wasn't hog lopper. That you lop off a few
Hold on.
hogs, you know, we can get Kahlua pork going. I'm just saying.
No, station's not
Speaking of the
there.
spotter, which is nice. We figure out how far I need to
No,
move, see if
add,
any fire
like-
clip crippled without my armor ruler. Aw, I do like the armor
So
ruler.
Okay.
with like the routing, right? So you see
Mhm.
how it says like Novice and Gleba are the two locations that it's gonna go to?
Yeah.
Just add Fulgora, put a wait condition for passenger present or whatever, so that way when
Well,
it gets there, it waits for you.
Except,
then-
But will it survive?
Yeah, it's inner system. It's been running.
have you noticed that all of my log hoppers are the exact same design?
Okay. Maybe. Maybe not. Okay, so they would
Pistachio,
have
do you hate me?
survived. I do not.
He has no
hate
confidence. You know what? Better yet, we should send Noble's Fairy Day over there.
you.
Now, so here's what you can do. When you're clicking on the space platform hub over here on the log hopper Novice Gleba, we can actually click on something that says provide materials to other platforms. Okay, so I'm gonna click on that. I'm gonna go over to the Novice and Fulgora log hopper, which is the one that actually is going to come over to your place, and you already have that. But this one isn't really requesting. You haven't checked to provide materials. Is this providing or is this requesting?
Request for construction. It is. I thought it was requesting, but then again, I might have.
All right, I want you to look at something now. No, stop. All right.
What?
I want you to click on the stack inserter request on this one right here. The icon itself, the set orbital request, right? We're going to go down to the bottom and we're going to click on import from platforms and we're going to hit the check mark. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So we're looking good so far right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then we can go clicking on Novice because we're on the planet Novice. And now what you'll suddenly see if you look over quickly at the Gleba one is that it's going to now eject some rocket pods and then it's going to send them straight over to this one. And now, ta-da! There's 500 stack inserters there. And now you can allow my log hopper for Gleba to go back to actually harvesting science, which you rudely interrupted, by the way.
I'm sorry.
Which is a very time-sensitive thing. Thank you for messing with that, by the way. I'm going to take that out of your paycheck for the next 2 years. Don't worry about it.
God damn it.
But now what's going to happen is because your Fulgora one sits here and waits to, like, you know, get rid of its science and that, every time it comes over, the Gleba one is going to sit there and now it's going to say, hey, I had 500 stack inserters. I only have 222 now, so I'm going to request more to fill that up. Come back, and then now it's going to provide it to Novice on the surface, and also to the log hopper that goes over to Fulgora. Meaning that you now don't have to make a ship specifically for sending that. Novice has become the hub, and now you just request from any other platforms that are set to provide that.
All right. I like that.
Why is dark spelled with K instead of C?
I really do like that.
I
So
don't
that's
know.
how
I'm not an
can get the
entomologist. I
fusion
wouldn't
power
know.
cell stuff set up as well.
Wait, what?
Because you're bringing it from Aquila to... No, you're not. Hold on. Do we have...
You lost me. What are we talking about?
It's putting out.
Oh, KB, now.
The
Now, KB,
fusion
why?
power cells. I was going to get that started on...
Why, KB,
Fulgora
now?
as well.
Oh, you got me.
But...
You're losing me.
I
Are
don't
you
know
tired?
which-
Are you inebriated?
Both.
No.
Say both.
Both hand? Drinking on the job, am I?
The best way to do
I
it.
don't know. Are you? European Bleak is approaching peasants. There's a whole YouTube channel dedicated to that. Oh, I bet. Highly versatile.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Multiple times. I could see that.
So how did you guys get power cells back? I'm assuming Mobius brought it over. But I'm trying to figure out which one brought it over.
Are you trying to steal power cells now? Like, I don't understand what is it you're trying
I'm
to do?
stealing them power cells. I want to get some power cells going on Fulgora, or at least have some so I could work with it later.
Do you have fusion power itself?
No, I do not.
Then why do you need the power cells?
I thought you needed the power cells to start working with it.
Well, do you
No,
have...
you need fluoroketone.
Because you're dealing with stuff that you haven't even taken the time to understand right now. Have you done nuclear power yourself yet?
Barely.
And now you want to jump straight to the fusion power, understanding how fusion works by starting with the fusion cells?
Yikes.
You know what really helped me understand the fusion was going to the tech tree and looking at the fusion power cells and stuff, or like the fusion generators, and then also going to the Factoriopedia that's in the game.
Mm-hmm.
If you just look up fusion on there, you can see kind of what happens with the fusion reactor and then the fusion generators.
So I guess maybe I should ask, why do you want fusion power?
More power. More power.
More power
Honestly, give
where?
me the most power everywhere. I'm gonna put a fusion power plant on every single little island.
Why?
On every no, my God,
I'm kidding. That was more of a joke.
it was a bad joke.
Very bad.
Ouch! That hurt my feelings.
I mean, that
Well,
would be
it hurt
that
my
would be
brain to
pretty
hear you
deep.
say you were
even-
gonna put it on every island.
You need to toughen up then.
I'm gonna go take a break real quick. I'll be right back.
Oh my
3 minutes.
gosh.
Yeah, take a smoke break. Why don't you? Clear
yeah,
your head.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is choice interaction.
That's what we're calling it.
Okay, no, Bruno. So, are you actually having power problems on Fulgora, or what's going on?
No, we mentioned it the other day, and then Mobius also mentioned it today. So I'm like, okay, maybe I should just start looking into more power.
But if you don't need more power, you've got enough power because you get power literally from the air.
Yeah.
And you're having to, for all your factories, you got to put down the power pylons in order to like protect them anyway. Like, you know, the lightning collectors and stuff. So you might as well just use that power as much as you can. I mean, you can use, like, you've got this stuff over here with the water and the steam that's kind of like a supplemental power, even though it's just kind of a, I say supplemental, but it just runs all the time. It doesn't really change anything, because it's not being
Right.
used as like a backup power or anything, which is what it should be doing, but it's not wired up to do that. So it's just burning through water is all it's doing.
Yeah, which I see that sometimes it does just run out, so.
Mm-hmm. Had some confusion for separate times when it became really fat. Oh yeah? Yeah, I don't think you don't need nuclear power, you don't need fusion power on Fulgora because there is energy literally in the air around you. And it just needs to be part of your designs for all this stuff in order to, like, protect everything. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Because you're using these lightning collectors anyway. So you might as well be storing that power and stuff. So what you should do is you should invest in better energy storage, which you could do by quality cycling accumulators so that they have higher storage capacity in smaller areas. Does that make sense? This is a
Okay.
Dragon Ball
yeah,
reference.
and I could definitely work on that too.
I don't know why Dragon Ball
Especially
spaced over
with
my head. I
these.
remember the
Actually,
scene
how
you're
would that
talking
work?
about now.
If I want to do higher quality accumulators, would I just put give me a second. Quality modules inside of them?
I mean, that's one way to do it, yeah. Have you looked into quality much at all?
Not much, no. I've been busy with trying to at least getting my base factory functional.
Okay. Well, like I said, it's something that you can look into because if you look at your Factoriopedia for accumulators, you'll see that there's in the list of their stats, there's like little diamonds next to some of the stats, particularly in the electricity storage. Do you see that?
Mhm.
Those diamonds will tell you what each level of accumulator does. You can see here that even just an uncommon one jumps from 5 megajoules to 10 megajoules.
Doubling it.
Uh-huh. And then a rare one is triple. Same space, but triple the storage. Epic is 4 times, but then you go up to legendary, and legendary is actually 6 times.
Hmm.
But legendary is also harder to get just because, you know, of how the tables work with that. And you can look at that if you do the tips and tricks, the little, you know, college hat deal over there. And you can scroll down the list for tips and tricks till you get to quality. And the biggest thing you look at is the quality probabilities table. And that shows you like how hard it is to actually get to legendary, and you need to understand that when you're doing these rolls, if you're just building them from like basic materials to make them and only doing that, then you have no chance of getting legendary. So then you have to make uncommon ones to have a little bit of a chance to get legendary. You have to make blue ones to get a slightly better chance at getting legendary, and then pretty much make the purple to have a 4% chance of getting a legendary roll out of it when you're using quality module ones. This obviously improves if you bump up your quality modules and stuff, right? But the main thing here to show is that there is a scale with this, right? When you start from the bottom, you're going to have an easy time getting greens and blues, but purples and legendaries you don't get as much of. So you have to have a way that you take all the stuff that you don't want, the quote-unquote waste material, and the best thing to do is to recycle those back in for a chance to then turn them into better materials, which is inherently expensive.
Better way to using the overflow to turn into quality. Interesting.
Yeah, well, that's
I like
kind of
that.
lottery.
well, it realistically it is a lottery. Like, I'll be honest with you, because you're going off of straight probabilities here, but what happens is because you can do this over and over and over and over again, really it's just an average. You're looking for just that probability average that you're hitting. So like I said, if you go from the bottom here on the iron plates, so you get a 96% chance of getting just a regular iron plate, but you have a 3.6% chance of getting uncommon ones. Well, if you take those uncommon ones, right, and then you break those down, get the uncommon components, and then remake them into gears, now you have a 96% chance of getting that uncommon gear again, or a 3.6% chance of getting a blue gear by remaking it. But you have to remember, when you recycle these things, you lose 75% of the materials every time that you recycle it.
In that case, it's better with the overflow. The ones that we're going to be getting rid of anyways.
Yeah, exactly. You're taking stuff that you don't need anymore, and then you're turning it into a higher quality. Would it be reasonable to do quality on the platform? Yes. In fact, the devs actually nerfed the common way that people were doing quality casinos, is what they call them, space casinos. It used to be that you could do quality modules on your crushers, and then you could crush higher quality base materials and just cycle that through with the free resources in space. They took that away, but you can still quality cycle your space resources, just not straight from the asteroid chunk stage. Which was a hilarious thing to do, by the way. I tried it once, I was like, yeah, this is too strong. It was a good thing they nerfed it.
This is broken. Yep.
Yeah, it was seriously one of the most ridiculous things that you could have seen. And DIY, to get to that screen, it's right here, tips and tricks. On the right-hand side, there's a little, like, graduation hat. You just click on that, and it gets you to this whole thing right here. I'm thinking this game, like my intuition of it, seems to be good. Yes. Yeah, you've got the right idea. You've got the right idea. You're going the right way. Okay. So yeah, like I said, you can go down a quality route if you want to in order to, like, try to make your areas more efficient in that. But what I would do is, if you're going to do quality, set up some type of a quality process now and get your quality level that you're trying to shoot for running, because it's going to take a while. And then you can have that going in the background while you are figuring out your facilities and stuff. Then you have some stock available for later. Does that make sense?
That makes sense, yeah. Should probably find a spot for it.
Find a spot,
How
make
am
a
I
spot,
doing?
you know, do whatever you need to do.
Did I get my... Yes, I did. Yay. I'll add that over. I've got stack inserters now.
Oh, good.
Put that in here.
Oh, wow, I
Wow.
actually filled it up so fast. That's awesome, okay. Change these. Oh, and I recall last time we mentioned that we were going to go over compacting some of your belts, too. Because you were having a problem with the speed at which your belts were moving material. You remember that?
Vaguely.
So
Let me see.
we were looking specifically at... Where was it? Yeah.
This?
It was right there because
Which-
all your stuff was backing up and it was really, 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 really slow to actually get onto
Mhm.
this stuff, which is why you needed the stack inserters, right?
Mhm.
But you were going to put the stack inserters on... It looks like you were probably just going to do this row right there, right?
Mhm.
That doesn't do any good if you don't have stack inserters actually loading onto these belts. Does that make sense?
Yes. So, let's see. In this case, I'd have to reorganize the recycling plant a little bit. So that instead of directly inputting onto the belts, use the stack inserters to input onto the belts so that they're in stack sizes.
Yes. Did you understand how to do that?
Let's see. Essentially what it was going to be, if I remember correctly,
Here, do you want me to come over physically and help you out with it for a bit?
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Okay, I'll come over. Let me just... It's gonna take me a second to get all my inventory cleared. Maybe less if I
Also,
go...
I've been having issues with my rail system, and I would like some help improving it.
Issues like what?
So nowadays, I don't know why, my roundabouts are getting stuck,
Okay.
and
Do you have an example
I
right
don't really-
now, or did you unstick them already?
I unstuck them earlier. Let me see. So like, what happened was one train was here, the other train was over here, and they both wanted to swap spots. But since both stations had a train limit of 1, neither wanted to go. So my temporary relief was to set one as a train limit of 2, but
Mhm.
I know with that before of what happened was just like here, how there's 2 trains here, I added an extra traffic light there in order to let it pass, but I want to be able to avoid needing to do that kind of thing so that it either waits for a spot or something along those lines. Now, this also, I'm assuming, includes the use of the train depots to be able to tell it when it goes. But I also might be wrong.
Okay, well, first off, part of it's your signals, right? So if you have like
Yeah.
trains that are out here, all the way out here, waiting to go into like somewhere, that's also like them blocking the way for other trains to go through, right?
Yes.
Which is the problem that stems from you having areas that have bidirectional and then you have monodirectional stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the problem is that because
So then-
you have all this mix with it, it's hard for you visually to keep track of what all's going on around you.
Yeah, because especially like what I'm gonna be doing over here, it's like, oh, it goes counterclockwise, or it goes clockwise around each of the islands, except then it goes here, it's waiting. Oh, well, it's kind of bidirectional at that point. So
This section is bidirectional because it's your only way in and off.
So the solution would be to make a giant circle that connects it back to down here.
No. It would just be properly managing your signals. And your expectations, I would say. Oh yeah, you don't have rare construction robots. Ugh. Very sad, that's okay. I'll make do with your inferior robots. Okay, so give me just a second to get all my stuff that I typically have. A little bit extra there. What else have we got? I don't need all that other stuff. I just want my constructor robots right now. Okay, so what's the first thing that you want to fix right now? Do you want to fix your trains and like how you're handling your trains, or do you want to fix your recycling plant and the belts there?
Mm. Well, the recycling plant is technically functional, just very slow.
Mm-hmm. Train 2 will just have them
The
waiting on
trains
the rail. Exactly, yeah.
are getting more in the way at the moment.
Okay, so let's have a look at one of your like. Where's the problem happening the most often?
I would say
Where have you noticed it the most often? That's where you want to start.
when I took this, when I put this one in and it wasn't there. So I think it was here when I before I put those in, this train would just hang out over here.
Okay. And your train stop does not have a train limit at all.
Okay, so that should be a train limit of 1.
Probably, yeah. Or 2, since you do have it spaced out for 2 now. Not exactly. You've got
Okay.
kind of got some weird signals going on right here with this, because they haven't been properly spaced out here. You can see this one's got a signal right there that you're crossed and like kind of midway through.
Mm-hmm.
So that doesn't really
so it's better to just
do you
keep
a lot
this
of
one
good.
here.
No,
So
because this chain signal is just repeating stuff right there. That doesn't do any good. What happened was when I take this away, this one is red because this one has crossed over, right? So what you need to do is remove this one, and you can just do a regular signal, but do it where this is sitting, like that. This now tells this one, hey, now the area in front of it is clear, right? And you can see that if you grab a signal and then look at your rails, you'll see that there's a separation, right? In front of this one, I have a blue line that goes down and then ends at the next signal, and then a blue line that goes all the way over here until the chain signal here, which really this chain signal is not doing you any good unless you put it closer to your actual fork, and then have chain signals that go between the forks there as well. Does that make sense?
okay. So first things first, condense the chain signal or condense the intersections essentially.
Well, kind of. It's more, you want your signals to go somewhere that makes sense. So in the case of this chain signal, I would put this literally right here. So further up, and see how it's blue and then red? Blue means that it has mixed signals and stuff, right? Meaning that it has some places it can go, some places it can't go. But when it's looking out here, it may not necessarily think that it can go this way. And I don't know if you want this one to ever cross this way. It looks like not. So what you would do is you do another chain signal coming down here that's designated going down that way. Well, then the problem here is that this one is also now like, oh, hey, hold on, something's going on over here. Then you have to do a chain signal to the side here. See how this one has now evened out? Because when this one's coming down here,
Okay.
it's confused between a monodirectional rail and then a bidirectional rail. And then it has this going on here, and it says, I have no clue what to do. And this allows you to then also separate, again, if you look at your signals, it separates this section right here, and then allows this train, if it needs to go around and come down this way, it starts going this way. And then if there's another train right here that's heading this way, it can just say, oh, there's a train coming down, I'll wait right here, and as soon as it passes through, I'll then move down and follow it. Does that make sense?
Kind of. Okay, I'm gonna need to work this out a little bit
Sure.
because
The other problem is that because your signals are spaced so far apart, there's a lot more delay that happens in between, right?
okay, right. So let me
There's
see
also
if
room
I
to add a
can-
waiting area for secondary train to load. That'll help some of the congestion. Yeah, so you could add, like DIY is saying, you can add areas to have like some trains wait during loads, which does help with congestion. But your problem right now is, like I said, you've got like this one. You did set this one to be a single train limit now, but look at how slow everything comes in. I mean, just look at that. See how long it takes each of these inserters? And you have this perfectly balanced with a load balancer, but that doesn't mean shit because of this, right?
Mhm.
So do you have those stack inserters on hand?
Yeah, I do. We got
Good.
50 of them.
Good, because I got some as well. So what I want you to do, and I don't want these to really do much right now, because there's like a couple of things to stipulate here. The biggest thing is that you want to have your stack inserters after we've cleaned out all of this stuff, right? Because right
We
now
have a
everything
problem?
is so congested that it's going to make another problem. Oh, do we have a problem?
Oh no, it just fixed itself.
Good.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, so again, this is the problem with single rails. You have a lot of... That wasn't a problem, your signals were working right, it just slows down because it needs to go somewhere and another train needs to come through, and it just has to wait, right? And my guess is this one also doesn't have a train limit. This one has a train limit of 2, but did you space it for 2 on your signals?
I did not.
This chain signal here is not a good idea, by the way. We're gonna replace that. You don't want to do a chain signal in a place like this. You also... I'm gonna move this real quick. You want to put your signal right in front of your train stop. The reason being is because you want to have it as close to your train as possible, which is the same thing also over here. You want to put this as close to your train's back as possible. So you'll see right here now, these signals are actually allowed to flow free. Much better because this is now sucked in, like real tight, right? Then if you wanted to have another train here, what you could do is then you could have another signal here, and now you've got space for 2 trains, and they won't block your trains going by now. Does that make sense?
Okay.
And I can prove that if we just snip this rail right here and allow trains to come in with that scrap. I'm going to let them just back up here, and you'll see visually what I'm meaning on the signals, okay? Because right now you've got this intersection here that the entire triangle, if you will, is one block right now. You've got, this is the top end, this is the bottom end, this is the right end, yeah? This right end is a monodirectional because you only want trains to ever pass in through this way, which is exactly what it's doing. That's fine. And this one has the option to have either direction come in here or have them pass by on this outer edge, which is exactly what it does. The problem that was happening is when you have 2 trains backed up here, you had a signal that was like right here. And you had a train that came up and would sit on that signal. Well, that doesn't do you any good because it puts its back all the way up in here. Does that make sense?
Thus
Which
blocking...
blocks everything. But even with that, it would stop here, and this signal didn't even exist to begin with. So it didn't matter where the signal was. Nothing was actually separating it. But now you can see with the signals I set up, look how the trains are positioned, right? This one's here, you know, presumably being unloaded. This one is waiting to get unloaded. Your maximum train limit is 2 right now, which means that now you have one that can sit here and get and waiting to actually unload properly, right? But you still have, these signals are green and blue. Blue meaning, hey, this one is saying red, but I have a passageway through here that is still open. That's what the chain signal is really good at doing. So this removes your congestion entirely from here no matter what. You're never going to see congestion there again as long as things are running normally. Does that make sense?
Okay. Okay. Looks like I gotta go back to train school.
Well, it's just, it's a foundational understanding of blocking. And blocking isn't just like a train-specific thing. It's kind of, anytime that you're spacing out stuff in factories, in any factory game, blocking is a very big thing. But when you're dealing with a logistic network that the traffic depends on blocks or sections, if you will, you need to understand how the blocks interact with one another. Does that kind of make sense?
Right, yeah.
Okay, so now for your other problem. This end up here, having this just be the bulk inserters, is totally fine. We don't really care about this one, because this one isn't the congestion, right?
Congestion is the placing of the items onto the belt.
Exactly. So this is where we want to actually deal with all this. Now, the problem with some of this is that you're going to be load balancing all your stuff, which means that when you put down a stack of items from a stack inserter, that stack is then going to get split, which means that stack inserters here are not going to do you any good. But that doesn't matter because these bulk inserters are still going to benefit from congested or compacted items, if you will, okay? Now, we're going to do a little example here. Let's just put over here on the side, right here, a recycler, and then we're going to do just a belt, right? I want you to get from the recycler a perfect stack which a stack inserter does 16 items. I want you to get a perfect stack from the recycler to that belt. And never pick up more than a full stack's worth. Do you understand why?
Only drop it onto the belt when once the stack is full.
Why?
And only
What happens if you don't do that?
because this.
No.
It's no.
No. So this is something that's a little bit unique to stack inserters, and DIY is right on the money with it. So let me show you a little example. And I'm going to go right here. I'm just going to do a simple stack inserter. And I want it to input into a chest. See how it grabbed a bunch of ice? And now it's just stuck there? It's not
Where
doing
you
anything.
looking? Thank you.
See how it hangs there, even though it has items in its hand?
It's waiting for a full stack.
Exactly. So what happens if it doesn't get a full stack?
It's just gonna wait endlessly
Yeah, exactly.
until it does. Okay.
So what's going to happen if your stack inserter on like a scrap recycling recipe picks up a piece of holmium ore, and then and holmium ore is 1%, by the way, whereas iron gear wheels are 20%. What do you think is going to happen?
Holmium ore never comes. If it picks up a holmium ore, it's gonna wait forever.
And then your recycler is just going to completely stall out, right?
Right.
So the problem is that you have to go from your recycler to a belt, and in order to get a stack inserter to get its full value, you need that stack inserter to pick up only full stacks of items so that it doesn't hold anything longer than it has to, right? How do you think you should do that? Take a few minutes, see if you can kind of come up with a solution, and when you are ready, or if you give up, let me know and I'll come right back, okay?
Okay. Got it.
I'm gonna go drop off the junk that I picked up. And I also need to check your logistic network box and see. We've got up to 275, a higher quality, and they slowed down. Why? Why, oh why? It looks like your logistic bot production has stalled quite a bit, actually. Oh, it's because you never scaled it. No. No, you're a monster. No. Just put a chain or rail signal in my hand, then I follow the logic of the arrows. Pretty easy to figure out from there. Just help me fully understand them. And that's why they're there. The arrows and the color coding of it specifically is supposed to help you understand the blocking that comes into play with it. It's a very, very key feature that a lot of people will overlook. So it's good that you went on to that from yourself. Benefit from kitting. What do you mean by kitting specifically? I'm also just going to kind of look at a couple of other things he's got going on around here. We did reduce his logistic bots significantly here, so... Each train load in a pickup bay separated off into a separate area that the order can be verified before loading. That can help, and that's kind of what he's wanting to do, but he's trying to figure it out for himself how to do that. And he's also, wanting to go off of a train depot entirely right here like what I have going. So over here I've got a couple different depots for different purposes. Like this is the liquid train depot. This is our intermediate train depot. And these do sit here with, you know, backlog orders and stuff, and we'll store them and then get dispatched, you know, on command. Very similar to how we do the ore trains and stuff. Where these ones, like that one right there, we hit our lower amount of iron, and now a bunch of trains just got dispatched to go and, you know, get iron, basically. And this is kind of the system he's wanting to go off of, is what I've done here, but I don't think he understands how I've set the system up in order to actually interact with each other with it. So we'll have to wait and see that bit. Alright, what do you think?
So far, I'm thinking of using the selector combinator, but I don't know how I'm gonna mass produce that.
Okay. So why do you think you need the selector combinator? Where's the selector combinator coming into this?
Give me a second here. I was thinking selector combinator because maybe selecting the stack that has the highest amount in it and then going descending, and then I was gonna do is have it check to see does the stack equal the stack size or greater, but that's going to require 2 selector combinators and a decider combinator.
Okay, let me give you a little hint. You can do this with a single decider combinator.
Okay.
You don't need to do, like, multiple. You can do this with a single combinator.
Okay.
Does that kind of help point you in the right direction?
Not sure yet, but I'll give it a shot.
Okay. Okay, I'll give you a few minutes on that, alright?
Okay.
Get off.
And how are you doing, Owen? What you got going down?
I'm slowly but surely getting. I got my 2 offshoots for my trains. Started doing my circuitry and stuff, for that way I can get the right amount of trains for the molten liquids.
Right on, right
Yeah,
on.
and then eventually I'm going to get the train and everything set up for. So I mean, I have the pickup point already set. Just gotta put the circuitry there for it.
Don't we have a blueprint for the pickup point that you can use?
I was looking through my blueprints. So I have the drop
Were you looking
off
through
one.
game blueprints?
I was looking through my personal ones. I thought we worked on one personally.
No, I don't think so. We did do like, well, I mean, I showed you that the, where is it? The parameterized unload one that we did a little bit, and then I showed you how to set up one off of that some. But there's also the intermediate provider, which red ships count as an intermediate, right?
Think so?
They do, yeah. So you can just go into the game blueprints, the dynamic train stations, click on that intermediate provider station, and line it up where you want it to be, and then it will just ask you. It'll just ask you, what's going here. It'll come up with like the whole icon list, and just say, yeah, what's the station
Right.
for? What is the station providing? You'll just tell it red circuits, hit the check mark, and it does the rest for you, including naming the station.
Gotcha.
Any signal put into the radar is readable from anywhere on any planet? No. No. So, I'll go through and explain this a little bit. Do you guys want to learn about signals with the radar, or do you want me to mute up for that?
No, throw it out. I like it.
Okay. So I'll show you
I
this.
have to do a rain check or watch the VOD because I'm going to be getting off.
Oh, okay. Miss you already.
I don't know where this exhaustion and all this stuff because I was doing fine.
I'm just an exhausting person. It's okay.
I love you, Seto, but
It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. You get out of here. We'll catch you later, alright?
later, guys.
See
Okay.
ya.
Let's begin. So, what I have right now is I have 2 radar right next to each other. No wires connecting them directly other than wireless. So I'm just going to put down just a random signal on the green, which is just going to be K. You'll see over here that K has shown up on this power line. Same as that one. What you're going to notice is if I go over to Novice now, and if I were to go to a nearby radar such as this one, which does have a green wire, look at that one. K does not exist anywhere on here, and all the signals here that we're seeing also do not exist on this one. So in their default mode, these radar will only do surface, which is going to be broadcasting to every surface mode radar on the same surface. Then there's the universe one. This is the one that can actually broadcast anywhere. The way the universe signal works is I can click on universe, and then you'll see over here, this one no longer is receiving that K signal, even though this one is still sending it. But this is also not sending it out to anywhere. But if I click on the channel, and I change this, we'll do the star channel, because I know nothing's using that right now. I can then come over to this one, and I can add it to the star channel, and now this is reading that. But I can do the same thing over on Novice. If I just come over, we'll just grab like a random, probably put down a radar that's not actually being used would be beneficial. So we're not messing with stuff in a critical infrastructure area. So I'll put down a radar right here. I'll hook up a green wire, and we'll go ahead and preemptively set it to that same channel. Star, green. You see the K signal now exists here. So this is how you request from across the solar system. This is how you can request from across the solar system. I want to put down a little caveat with this. You don't necessarily want to do this all the time. The reason for this is because sometimes you might get a signal from way across the way that could end up impacting something on another planet if you are not careful with this. So generally the default mode is surface mode, because most of the time if you're broadcasting signals wirelessly, they're going to be interacting on the same surface. However, you can now use these and this radar up on a space platform. You can put this up on a space platform with that signaled setting. And now you can have space platforms will actually communicate with surfaces. That's where the true power of it lies. Just because like Vulcanus is having like a supply issue, you don't want to necessarily talk to Novice about it, but you would probably want to talk to a space platform that wants to go to Novice to get something, right? So let's just kind of throw out an example. Let's say that Novice has a signal that it sends out to a platform to say, hey, I'm getting really low on tungsten and we're not constantly shipping tungsten in. I am requesting tungsten now. Send it up to the platform that says, hey, Novice is requesting tungsten, but now I'm going to use another, like, a radar on the same channel, which is going to be that, like, K channel, we'll say, or the star channel. It's going to say, hey, the Vulcanus one, are we receiving a signal saying that we have tungsten even available to even, like, should I even make the trip? It says, yeah, if that's good, then yeah, then we make the trip, we go pick up the tungsten, we come back, we drop off the tungsten plate, everything's right as rain. But it can also then say, hey, we don't have enough tungsten for what you're requesting, hold off and wait till we have enough to make your trip worth it. Rather than go over into Vulcanus's atmosphere, wait there forever, instead of sitting in Novice's atmosphere and whatever we are providing, continue to provide it until we can go and get that critical request. Space mining iron because dropping iron is free. It is free, but you also have to invest a lot of processing in order to drop enough iron to feed a massive factory. So, I did drink the water. I'll drink it again. Water's water. Thank you for the hydrate. I'll do it again. I'll drown if I have to. Okay, so basically that is how your radars work. Their default mode is set to surface, but you can set them to a channel, and you don't have to use this universe channel across the universe. You could actually use it to isolate networks on your surfaces even if you wanted to. So for example, with our intermediate trains over here, not that one, I'm stupid. Up here, you'll notice that this actually is set to universe and it has a locomotive channel. This actually makes sure that all of the intermediate stuff communicates on its own channel and does not interfere whatsoever with the global surface net. You have no chance of having cross-contamination, ghost signaling, or anything like that because it's on its own, essentially private network. Does that make sense? Any questions?
None today, Professor.
Professor, wow, I like that a lot. Alright, that concludes the discussion then. I'm gonna clean up my teaching materials, my object lesson. Who has the closing prayer?
Oh gosh. Do you want to see the disgusting feats of the Bucket Boy?
Sure, I'll have a peek at that. And then DIY, I will come over and help you with that in just a moment once I have Mobius's thing out of the way. So, Bucket Boy. Alright, I'm ready. Show me.
Alright, well, it exists.
Indeed, it exists.
It is a lot bigger than I was planning on, but it'll work.
Okay, walk us through it. Walk us through it.
So, top end, we have our storage. Or I guess, yeah, we'll start at the top. So you have your collectors, turrets, kind of general defense going around the edges. The collectors are going about halfway down just because it's about where I figure we're going to stop seeing asteroids if it's moving forward. We put a lot of storage into this because the idea is that it's going to store a lot of copper cable and steel plate and explosives. And then we have some logistics going on. Each of the grabbers is got its filter for, you know, when the inventory, what it needs in its inventory, so that we're not just, you know, filling up with crap.
Right.
And then the arms are connected to
Obviously,
just
yeah, why,
pull
obviously.
out what they need for the inner belt.
Who
The
ultimately
inner belt's
pray
kind
to.
of a smaller idea that we have going on right now.
Uh-huh.
And then we have our kind of raw resource output from the belt using arms. The arms, I had to figure out the logic on this. I have the crushers outputting a star signal for working. So if they are not working, or what is it? Yeah, so each of them is putting out a star signal. So then the arms will turn on if the star signal is less than 1, meaning that it is not working. So it needs resources to start working.
Right.
Obviously, it's backed up on certain resources because you get less ice over here closer to Novice. Coming down, we have our foundries that are making the iron ore, and then turning that into steel beams and iron beams and iron plates.
Uh-huh.
And then we also have the copper casting for the copper cables. Again, we're just short on calcite, so that's kind of a... Oh wait, why is this off? Probably because we met the condition for 5,000 copper cables in there. Yeah. So these are limited right now to 5,000. Just in the meantime, I can up that number. I just wanted to see function before I started putting real numbers down.
Mm-hmm.
And then we are making ammo using a foundry, making iron plates. putting it into a assembly 3 machine, and then those are putting out onto a belt, and then going onto an outer belt where we're just going to have a bunch of ammo circling around. The explosives are also being made over here on the left side of the ship. They're going to come down and around all the way up and into the ship using these little grabby arms. So the idea is that all the resources that are needed for making the what are they, railgun ammo is just getting gathered here, made into the intermediate resource, and it's going to get transferred over to the Peasant Launcher production facility.
Okay. I like
Obviously,
it.
there is a lot of spaghetti with the belts.
That's very normal for a space platform, though.
Yeah. It's working. I'm not exactly 100% happy with it, but and I know it's going to clog up at some point here with certain things, so I'm going to have to catch the mistakes as they come by. But for now, it's working, and we're just getting the ammo production going so that we can have a belt of ammo going around the outside.
Okay, I like it.
I kind of wanted to have some spare ammo before I send it off to go collect some more resources, because I feel like the issue is going to be it's going to start going, and then we're going to run out of ammo, and then we're going to have an issue.
Give it a little like a false start to spawn some asteroids and get some of your resources in. Then
That's actually a good idea. Yeah.
because what'll happen is you'll get some little chunks will spawn up ahead in much higher quantities, and then you'll get some actual asteroids will come in. You can crunch those down with the ammo that you've already got, and then you'll actually be able to use that. I'd have it keep going.
How did we? What was the? What planet did we decide had the most ice around it? Was it Liba?
No, not by a whole lot. Honestly, if you wanted more
Okay,
ice,
it didn't matter,
you try to go
right?
out to Aquilo, honestly, but that would also give you larger asteroids to deal with.
That would be quite a problem for us.
Yeah, so that's why like asteroid reprocessing is a big thing. Is then it doesn't matter what type of asteroids
Yeah.
are along your path anymore. You can just reprocess the excess and then turn them into other stuff that you actually need.
Yeah.
Yeah, keep it going, keep it going. You gotta let it go for a little bit to actually start getting some significant gains here.
Yeah.
Because you see there, it's already like grabbing. There's actually quite a bit of the oxide chunks are coming in here. And our physical damage research is up enough that this isn't going to be a problem. You might even be able to have it just go all the way to the other planet and just collect everything along the way, and then just have it turn around, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Just as long as you're
Yeah, I mean, it's already,
monitoring
like,
your ammo
halfway
and
there.
stuff. Yeah. Which planet should I go to first? The one that sings to your heart. The one that you look at and you think, that's my jam. That planet looks really fun.
Oh, we might actually have a problem here. So we're gonna. That is a lot of asteroids.
Yep, that's fine. Like I said, you can just sit there and just slow it down. Now it can just kind of coast forward. You've already spawned quite a bit. And see, now even the ones on the side, because you'll slow down and the side ones will start to drift randomly, and they can drift towards you, which means that you get to crunch them and then grab their stuff as well.
Yeah. Let's see.
Gleba? I actually really enjoy Gleba. It's pretty
Why
hardcore
are you
to do it for your
not
first one, but I think
getting
Gleba's a fun
iron
time.
ore? What the heck?
Alright, I think I'm ready.
Okay. Let's go have a look at you, then I'm going to help DIY with his thing for a bit.
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah,
okay,
I
show
might
me.
hop off after this.
What's with all these
So-
pussies tonight? What's wrong with you guys?
Oh crap.
I don't know what. I'm just under the weather. Anyways.
Okay.
So we got this SATA combinator that's going to compare everything, and I think what I was missing was that stack inserters only carry a maximum of 16. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so then it was good for me to then say, okay, if it's over 16, that is the item you're going to want. And so I'm going to send that signal as a filter to each of those stack inserters so that it can then filter out that item. Now, I was a little confused.
He didn't even play War Dogs.
How would I facilitate this multiples? That's why I have 2 recyclers on here. But I think it solves an issue of, okay, well, if it'll be only sending the same signals every single one, so it'll only pull for that item.
So you're reading both recyclers and then sending the combined signal to both stack inserters, is what you're telling me.
Yes, but I don't think this is the best idea. I don't
It is
want to
not.
get your thoughts on it. Okay.
It's not. You want to isolate that. It needs to be a closed system for each recycler.
So each recycler is going to get its own decider combinator.
Yes.
Okay.
Because you are reading the internals of the recycler in your case. In my case, I like to have them output into a steel chest and then pull from the steel chest onto a belt, which adds a little bit of space, but it also gives the recycler more capacity if it needs to like have a little bit more work going into that. Does that make sense?
Okay. I see what you're talking about, kind of. Okay.
You don't have to do that. But personally, I like to do that. That was also done at a time when you couldn't really hook up to recyclers. And then later they said, yeah, we'll allow you to hook up to recyclers. So you can skip out the chest if you want to. I just like to have the chest because the chest allows for more than the slots that are within it. Because if you think about it, a recycler has, what is this? 12 slots?
12.
And if you have, like you have here, scrap coming in, fine, you know, scrap is fine within that. But then you have other items recycling in, so then you can have, like, a mix of gears, plus you can have plates that are in there. You can have, like, you know, stone and all that stuff is also coming into this bit. So you have all this extra stuff that'll go beyond that 12 slot,
So
which
it could
is what
also
the
even
chest
go
is
this
good
way.
for. Exactly, yeah. And then instead of reading the recycler, you actually read the chest and feed that to the decider combinator. Well, yeah, you feed it to the decider
Which
combinator.
then at that point, I can just put it beside it.
Yes. And then just do
Okay.
the same thing where you're setting the filters on it. And as long as the filter matches, what's with the green signal, though?
No, that was just for fun. That was just to turn it on and off.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so basically that's all you're doing, is just any signal that meets that condition, you set it as a filter, it will then say, hey, I can pick that up, pick it all up, and then once it's in its hands, it's got all of it, because it can pick that up, it's going to continue to pick it up, even if the signal goes off, and then put it onto the belt, and then it goes on to the next thing. So it adds a little bit more complexity to this whole thing. It's not as compact. But then it actually ends up making your belts much more compact and making them much more efficient at transporting material.
Okay.
That makes sense?
That does make sense, yeah. Okay. So I'm going to quickly just fix this up so that
Does lightning give you power? Yes. Yes, it does. You just have to
Gives you
store
all
that
the
power
power.
somewhere. So yeah, KB, whichever planet you want to go to, I don't think there's a right or wrong way to do it. I will say maybe Gleba's not the best one to start with. Just because if you go over to Vulcanus, you get some tools that benefit you on Gleba. And then if you go over to Fulgora, you also get tools that benefit you on Gleba, which is the same of all of them. But Gleba is the one that you're probably going to struggle with the most at the beginning, is what I would say. Vulcanus is a really easy one. I think Fulgora is a ton of fun, just because I really like the sorting stuff. But that's just me. Cliff Explosive first because they get in the way. I kind of like building around cliffs, personally, but I know a lot of people absolutely abhor cliffs and all that stuff, so I totally get it.
Cliffs are fun.
I think it makes your factories look a little bit more organic to work around them. Oh. Frickin' auto mod. I'm sorry, DIY. I didn't see auto mod do that thing. You are totally fine to say that. I have no clue why auto mod triggered on that one.
Because Automod's a silly goose.
Well, because all he said was, pussies are supposed to be welcoming, everyone seems to have a headache. Which I think is hilarious,
gosh.
but we've allowed that before, so I have no clue why
I
it...
hate you.
Hey, who, me?
No, him.
Aww. Do you
Is
hate
it
him
because you
he's
feel
right?
unwelcome?
Are you a stranger in your own Cape of Wonders?
Oh my gosh.
Have you strayed so far? Did Aladdin touch everything but the lamp he was supposed to touch? Is that what I'm hearing?
Oh my gosh.
In case you're wondering, the lamp in this case was a euphemism for the G-spot. I was gonna go into a full lecture about that, and I broke. I couldn't hold a straight face.
No, that's...
Man, I was like gearing myself up, like I'm gonna do this in a straight face. The delivery is gonna be super dry, and then I couldn't do it.
Yep.
Cannot you set up nuclear power on this planet? You can, but I don't think it's worth it because there's literally just power in the air. And you're going to be dealing with space a lot. So, let me kind of show you a little bit here with what Pistachio's got going for him. He's actually got a pretty big continent bit that he found, which actually is close enough to connect to have power lines connect to another one, which is a blessing. There. You don't usually get that. You can scout around for some pretty big chunks of continent. The problem is that you'll see the spacing here. Most of these, you can't share power across them. It's very rare for the power lines to actually be able to reach across here. So they can. And you sort of can do it. It's not really worth it, though. There is a method you could do where you use it to generate steam, and then you can ship steam around, and then use steam as, like, effectively mobile power. But I wouldn't recommend it. So what you do instead is you have to put down these lightning collectors and stuff anyway, because you'll see here how they cover everything and stop the lightning from damaging your buildings. You might as well route all of that into a battery bank on your island. So every island just has its own distributed power grid, basically. Aladdin touching everything except what he was supposed to. No one said anything about
okay.
cheating the lamp. I just wanted to be my wife. Her opinion does not matter to me. Exactly. He just wanted the power. He wanted
Okay,
the
I feel like
money.
there's a better way to wire up these crushers to the arms.
There is.
It's probably using a decider combinator.
Here, let's look. Where are you looking specifically here?
Well, any of the crusher banks, because the issue is these are off right now, but there's nothing on this belt kind of like preloading for these.
Well, that's because your power
So-
satisfaction's way down, so your circuit stuff is actually not going to work.
Oh, sick. Yeah, that's the other. I was gonna work on probably putting some power in here.
So, like, they will work, but if they have anything that's doing a calculation, it's going to be delayed because you need full power in order for your combinators and stuff to actually do calculations per tick. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah.
So in this case, you don't have combinators, but you still have, you know, tick and, like, you know, travel for stuff. Not a huge deal, but it does make a little bit of a difference. I think the biggest thing here, though, is that the problem is that these will turn on, and you have it set that it's only when these aren't working. Well, once they are working,
So-
they're not going to grab anymore.
What about read content or reading ingredients?
Why?
Doing
So why do you
Because
need to limit these right now instead of just like fill them up like you've got these two filled up over here?
Those got filled up because I didn't have the circuit logic hooked up before.
Okay, so why do they need to not be filled up? Is it just personal preference? Is there like a practical case on the back end of this?
I feel like they're gonna jam up if I don't have some kind of logic on them.
Is there anything else going on these belts in the back?
No.
Then why would they jam up?
Well, I mean, like the front end of the belt is gonna jam up. That was the idea, was because like obviously.
So then
we're
you
burning
control the
through-
front end. You don't have to control the back end if you just want to have it constantly be fed into. You control the front end
Yeah.
that you're actually
Okay.
afraid of, like, having stuff happen.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Okay, so then it's gonna take some new logic in my head to work on this one.
Oh yeah, for sure. Take your time. Take your time.
Okay. We have magazines running around the belt now. Yay!
Yay! Okay. I'm gonna help, who was it that needed help again? It was someone trained.
Pistachio.
No, I think we covered everything with Pistachio over here. He's just, redoing his setup now with the new stacking stuff.
Okay.
It was DIY, yeah, okay, it's with the train logic network. So I'm gonna I'll be right back.
Yeet, good luck.
Okay, so first thing that we're gonna do is I'm going to change my display bit here, so we're gonna kind of mute the gameplay in the back. So this is over in our actual Discord. So you're asking here, circuit. What circuit does this connect to? Yeah, so this is the circuit. This is directly connected to the train. It's the circuit of the train stop, exactly. So if you were to look at any given train stop, in this case, let's look over at Novice, so I'm not messing with anything there. And we could do any train stop, it doesn't matter which one. We'll go with this one arbitrarily. You'll see on the side that there are circuit things that you can set, input and output. And you have this option right here that is send to train. So sends the contents of the circuit network to the train so they can be used for wait conditions. That's what it is right there. And you can set it to be the red or the green wire, doesn't really matter what. So in this case, right now, this is actually sending L, which is also going to send L to the train, but the train doesn't do anything with it, so it doesn't matter. So typically I would turn this off, but usually this defaults to on because most of the time you send circuits to the train's just going to ignore them. So yeah, it's going to be coming from here, connected to the train. You have this on. This is the signal. Whatever you have set over here, that is the circuit that it's going to be looking at. And that's what it's going to be asking about. I believe, let me just double check here that was the exact question. Where did Discord go? Did I just close Discord? I don't remember closing it. Uh-oh. Okay, there it is. I don't know why it disappeared on me. Yes, so that's exactly what this is. And then this is your wildcard signal right there. That's your wildcard signal that you use to, like... That's usually determined by the cargo that is within the train itself. The first signal that gets passed is what that says. If a train is at a depot, how do I control it remotely? How do you talk to them? There's a couple different ways to do it. I'll show you the way that I like to do it. Personally speaking, first. So let's get the game capture back on. That'll get the stuff going. So we'll go at a very, very, very basic level, which is going to be our ore trains. So, let's just click on, is there an empty train that I can look at that has nothing going on? No, they all got something. And a bunch of empty trains, I think, just got dispatched. Yeah, they did. What are they all going after right now? Got iron, calcite. It looks like they're going after stone. So stone got low. Let's see if we can wait for a train to get dispatched here. Right there, here's one. We'll follow this one's life right now. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to manually stop this at the drop that it's getting to right now. Which in this case is going to be right here. So I'm just going to hit a manual right there. Just to show this is now, in fact, dropping off all of its load, all of its cargo is going in here. We're probably now... We just had another train dispatch because I set this to manual, so this isn't technically part of the station. But now I'm just going to get rid of that temporary. This is the default condition for a train at this time. This is what a train normally looks like when it is empty. So what happens is we first, on the interrupts, we check, does this need to be refueled? We use nuclear fuel here. We're totally good because we're not below 1, so we're just going to save that. That's fine. Next, we check ore pickup. And what this is going to check is every station that's named load. If it's not full and we have no cargo, which is true, we're going to then try to go to the load station until we're full. If none of that is true, it then will go down here to the drop, which is then going to say, is wildcard drop not full, and do we have cargo in our inventory? Because this is going to be looking at whatever we have in our inventory as the wild card there, and then do we have cargo at all? Like, even if we're not full, do we have anything in here? Both of these should always be true, and if this isn't true, this should never fire. Then we look at our target right here, which is going to look for that specific drop until we empty the cargo. If none of these are true, this will then default to go back to the train depot. We did it automatically. And what happened right there is when it was done with that load, it then is saying, hey, there's a station that does need another train, and I am already available. It skips going to the depot and goes straight to the load, wherever it is. Oh, that's my bad. I got so caught up on that I didn't even look at that. So let me go, let's do this one. There we go. This will be better. So yeah, let me go through this again, and I'll showcase it. Can't do it remotely as they're in transit? What do you mean? What, so this is kind of happening, but what happens with these interrupts stuff is they execute at the end of the train right here. So this whole decision happens right when this is done. So right here, there's no station that wants stone, which is why it defaults to going to the depot. That's, god damn it. Can't win. Can't win. No matter what I do, I can't win. That's okay. That's okay. We'll wait for the ads to fly by, and then we'll go over this again. Oh man, that sucks. That really sucks. Yeah, the ore drops and all that is probably the easiest of all the trains to really understand because it's very binary, really, in how they work. So we'll just wait for the ads to be done, and then we can dive into that one more time. Alright, I got interrupted by ads there, so I'm back for a couple minutes here.
Sweet.
Okay.
So are you all done, Pistachio? Are you getting off? What's going on?
I'm going to rehabilitate my what's it called? Recycler plant first, and then hop off. Because
Okay.
it should be fairly easy for me to just copy and paste here.
Sure, yeah. And then we'll smell you never, huh?
Sure.
Boo.
Train is on the way somewhere and the condition changes. It won't get the update till it reaches a train stop and reconnects to the network. Others would do this train was in motion. No, typically not, because most of the time the interrupts happen when something has already happened. So in this case, this temporary load that's going on right now, this train is now dispatched to go and load up. The only thing that will interrupt this is right here when you have allow interrupting other interrupts.
Is there a way you can change
This
the
will
logic inside
fire
of a blueprint?
if
The
the
logic
condition
for it
hits.
inserted inside of a blueprint.
Say that one more time?
I've got the blueprint inside open. I want to be able to change the logic for an inserter.
Okay, how?
That I wasn't sure if it was possible.
Well, okay. What logic are you trying to change, is what I'm asking.
Here, I'll show you. I have this guy here that the inserter has it that green is equal to 1. And I want to just turn that off or get rid of that entirely. Inside the blueprint, other than just copying this, I guess now I could just copy it like that and then
That's probably the way you
Voila.
should do it. Because in the blueprint, you can get rid of the combinator and that, you know, and stuff, but you can't go in there and do that unless you do a parameterize, which in that case, why would you parameterize that to begin with if you're just trying to get rid of it?
right.
So you could just, you know, just, like, you know, yeah, you turn off the enable if, and you have to set filters there. And now, it still has that green signal there, but it's not doing anything because the enable condition's not on.
Hmm.
Yeah, unless you're trying to parameterize something that you have to, like, you need to change it each time that you paste down the blueprint, you might as well just go ahead and put it down and then make the changes, the adjustments that you need, and then just redo the blueprint.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. And plus, as we were talking, I was able to get it fixed. So.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm glad. Okay. Anything else that you need?
That should be it. Just wrapping this up here, and I should be able to hop off after I do a quick test run.
Okay, just let me know.
Do you have any, what are these called, underground belts on you? I don't think you do, since your boss would have put it down by now.
Yeah, no, I don't. I don't know if you understand my build area. It's pretty massive. You can see my build area if you like hover, if you click on a deconstruction planner, and then just look at the build area around me. That's my build area.
No. Oh, jeez. Let's see.
Okay, I'm gonna mute my microphone here. Okay. So, like I said before, we'll kind of hover over this and do this again. Look for a train that, like, gets dispatched here. But, essentially, you can set this setting right here on your interrupts. Check marking, allow interrupting other interrupts. So, while default, when one interrupt is going, no other ones can go. So this one allows you to actually supersede another interrupt and have this one trigger first, and then proceed with another interrupt. So, for example, this would sit there and say, hey, I just ran out of nuclear fuel, I need to get more fuel, right? But I just picked up ore and I'm trying to drop it. You're going to go and do the refuel first, then you're going to go try to drop off your ore. And that's the setting you have to set up right there, because the default is that these interrupts do not interrupt each other. And this one, actually, I have this one set to allow interrupting as well. Because what I've often found, for some reason, is if I don't do this, I don't really know why, it's kind of one of those black magic things that happen. But if I don't do this, sometimes the system doesn't work very well. But if I do allow this for the ore drop logic, it does work out pretty well. And I've also found this allows me, because I'm on nuclear fuel, I can actually go and drop off first, then I can go refuel, and then I can be dispatched again. Priority starts from the top. Yes. Yes. So refuel is always at the top. We always, always, always prioritize refueling over all other things, okay? So let me show you right here again. So refuel is always, always, always at the top. Ore pickup is next because this is the most likely one to hit. And then we have ore drop as the next one as well here. This one, the order doesn't really matter because these never fire at the same time. But in the event that they do, ore pickup should be the higher one, because ore pickup can't actually trigger if we aren't empty. And this one, of course, can't trigger unless we have cargo already, basically. I don't like how interrupting interrupts clears previously defined interrupt paths. I don't mind it as much. Always prioritize oil in America. Exactly, yes, exactly. Yeah, this is like the more basic bit, but the others operate on basically the same logic, just with slight differences. One like dealing with liquid signals, and then this one dealing with intermediates with our closed network deal. But it's the same basic concept. Oh, nice. Oh, very nice. Things are starting to pop now. All right.
How does this look?
Blue.
Well, you tell me. How does it look?
It looks a lot smaller. I feel like I could be processing a lot more. But
It looks to me like you're processing the same amount as before.
really?
Yeah. Look at your belts. Don't those look pretty full? In
Yes.
fact, you're actually processing more because your recyclers aren't being backed up.
Interesting.
And look how clean your belts are now. I don't know if you understand how much this, like, condenses your belts.
I don't.
I know you don't. Which is why we did this.
This is incredible. This is incredible.
Yeah, now you need to fix your power issues.
Yay. Let's see. Where can I put this? I can put it almost. No, it's in the way, in the pay. Yikes. Power is going to be the bane of my existence.
No, it's not. You just need to hook up the power. Okay, I want to point out the only reason that this worked is because you actually connected this block to your actual grid. It was completely disconnected.
It was?
It was only operating on this battery bank for here, 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 and here. Whereas these rows were operating on these two battery banks. All you had to do was just look at your power lines just by zooming out and clicking on your electric network info, and you would have seen
You
that.
know, I was not clicking on my electric work info, but now
I know you
have it.
weren't.
I'm
That's
gonna
why I
keep that
pointed
on.
it out. Man, do you see now how when you added it in, that's your only connection point now?
Yeah. Let me see if I can improve that. I don't. It's not gonna matter.
What's
but-
to improve? It's all connected now.
Yeah.
It's all good now. Don't even worry about it. It's all connected. You're using the full amount of your batteries now.
Interesting. Now I've got these.
Yeah, because this one left here and has to do a full rotation here in order to even go that way. Not sure if that's intentional or not.
It was intentional. I was trying to, like, keep it, clockwise, kind of deal.
Okay. So what's the problem
But
then?
no, the current problem that I'm looking at is that there's this, but it looks like it's going through nicely, not stopping anywhere.
Yeah, nicely. I'm seeing that too. Yeah. So this is the same problem that we just fixed with your other stuff, right? No?
Stack inserters. Doing it at the beginning here.
Because you're using it to condense stuff. But if you do stack inserters at the beginning here, you have to make sure that they can actually output those full stacks again, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which means that you have to do what?
Spread it out and... Okay, I see.
You'd have to just make sure that you're reading every single Don't, you're gonna clog it. Remember?
Hold on.
You don't remember, do you?
Is the decider combinator making sure it'll be like this. Why don't I just copy and paste these?
Figuring previously chosen paths is perfectly detrimental to my abnormal path train system. But isn't it also perfectly joyous for your abnormal path train system? No? Okay. Completely bricks it. That is unfortunate. Ah, now he's cooking with gasoline. Mm-hmm. Because all that this does is it takes your same belt network that you've got and it compresses it. So your belts will actually be transporting at higher speeds because instead of just doing one item stack and then each cell holds 8 because 4 on each side, right? Each of those slots now has 4 on top of it, which means that each slot, all 8, basically now have 3 more additionally on top of them, so it's 8 times 4, which is 32, right?
Right, okay. Just condensing it more.
Yeah. Which then really speeds up the belts themselves because you're taking that 32 instead of that like moving 8 each square. You're taking the speed of the
It's
belt,
8
which
times.
blue is 45. You're timesing it by 4, which means that you're actually achieving a speed of 180 items per second.
I like that.
I would hope so. That's pretty nutty speeds, just saying. Because that's a lot more material that you can move on those belts just because you stack them up a little bit more. But you can't do that if your stack inserters are incapable of moving that stuff out of your chests because they get clogged up on stuff. I can go to bed anytime I want, I swear.
Alright, give me a second. Let me just implement your idea, because I like it.
Explain like I'm 5 with this machine with crayons. We do like crayons. Blue ones are the best taste. I'm partial to purple myself. There's just something about purple. I don't know. It really sings.
It's
at me.
ridiculous.
What? You're not a fan of purple? You can be honest.
No. It's all about the grape flavor.
So you're a fan of purple.
Well, yeah, but I
Yeah.
like the flavor of grape, not the flavor of purple.
But purple is grape.
Oh wait, you're right.
Got him. Wrecked him. Didn't know you were a Marine. That's the beauty of it. I'm not.
Yeah.
I
He's just
don't-
a connoisseur.
I'm a fan. What can I say? I don't need to be a Marine to know my crayons.
Right?
In fact, I might appreciate them more because of my heightened intelligence.
Wait a second.
I know there's no Marine that's gonna come after me for saying that because they don't know the words I'm saying. Purple's raspberry. Ooh. You could probably get a Marine to believe that.
There we go.
Not quite. You're outputting everything onto one side of the belt right now. You still have to do your, it didn't transfer over your belt side, flipping. There you go.
There you go.
Yep, so now when the next train comes through, you will see it will be much better here. Until it's not, naturally.
Let's see this.
The biggest benefit's going to be when it reaches down to the overflow, since you are compressing the belts a little bit already. And the biggest problem here is going to be all of the balancing that you're doing is not allowing the packets to go in clean stacks with each other. So they're still going to have a little bit of a problem here, but this is going to be a lot more manageable than it was before. Poop candles. Oh, if only. Oh. Make purple elderberry officially? We'll see about that. We'll see about that one. Yeah, see how much faster that was to eventually get it down there? Like, it took basically no time at all. Is all of this recycling? Yes. You'll have to ask Pistachio about his stuff here, but essentially he's taking the concept of Fulgora and he's spreading it out between islands and specializing islands, is his idea here. So this is the sorting island, and this is going to be the distributing island as well, eventually. So no, I like elderberry. I have nothing against elderberry. I don't drink it very often, but the few times that I have drank elderberry, I thought it was pretty tasty. Haven't gotten this nonsense yet. You'll get there. You'll get there. Don't worry, and you'll love him. You'll love every second of it. I know, because I do.
All right. Now I'm gonna hop off.
Okay, if you're sure.
Quitter.
Quitter, excuse you. I am
didn't-
sticking to my word.
Did I stutter?
You motherfucker.
Ah, so mystical. So graceful.
Just
Well,
leaves.
Why am I filled with junk? He filled me up with a bunch of crap. From his,
What
like,
a
his recycle. Yeah,
loser.
I'm gonna show him because I'm gonna go back to his main base. I'm gonna unload all this and leave the planet.
Yeah.
Ah, that'll teach him.
Yeah. Do it again. See what happens.
Why is all this junk in my base?
Yeah.
Ooh. Oh my, another blue Roboport. Don't mind if I do. The rich get richer. Mm-hmm.
That's right.
Alright, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and trash all this junk. We'll put his logistics drones to work. Yeah, we'll see how good, because he was all like, oh yeah, you know, we're gonna do drones for all this stuff. Drones everywhere, drones everywhere. Let's see how robust your logistics system is now with all the junk I just brought. Where's it even sending it all? Oh no. Oh no, there's no way. It's already pretty full. It'll probably be fine.
It might.
Yeah, he's gonna deal with that. I'm not dealing with that. Not my problem, not my planet.
Not my planet, not my problem.
Mm-hmm. Oh, speaking of planets and stuff, did Gleba get better tool belts I can go swap out? Oh, it did. Oh, there's some blue ones. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna make a stop there because I gotta flesh out my bottom with a couple more of those blue ones.
That's right. This is proving to be annoying.
Fun. It's fun, right?
Yeah, totally.
Only learning trains and circuits before moving forward. You don't have to fully learn it.
Nope, you
Learn it just enough and then learn it as you go. That's how I did it.
Let's see.
Benefited
I'm
me
sure we
greatly,
can
I
fit
feel
you
like.
in somewhere.
If you don't know circuits going into Space Age, you'll learn it coming out.
I have to get fusion cells from here to here, probably.
Why?
Well, I need.
I mean, I
fusion
know
power.
why. I just,
Yeah.
I'm laughing that you put yourself in this situation rather than just putting it close to the hub.
There's no. It doesn't fit.
Well, yeah,
That's the
because
problem.
you didn't give it room. You didn't design
Yeah.
it with that in mind.
I mean, I could just take off the front of the ship and like do it that way.
Yeah, but don't you want that storage capacity?
I do.
Oh, I mean,
Ooh, I know what I can do.
yeah.
I got ideas. I got
Go ahead.
ideas.
Okay, okay, okay.
Uh,
You do your thing. You do your thing. I ain't gonna stop you.
So if we're running off of fusion, ain't nobody need these. So we can take these boys, put them up here. And that gives me so much more room to work with.
Oh my, yes.
I still can't fit the fusion power.
Let's not do.
This is the smallest I've been able to figure it out. I don't know if there's a better way to do it for small like factor, but I feel like it's pretty tight.
What? Your fusion?
Yeah.
Yeah. Looks good to me.
Okay.
I don't have a problem with it. Do you have a problem with it?
I don't. I'm just trying to figure out.
Multiple planets, multiple types of life, no birds but drones everywhere. Birds aren't real. Verify.
I almost feel like taking off the
That's
front end
probably
of the
true,
ship
yeah.
would probably be easier. Which is absolutely atrocious.
Does that hurt your feelings a little bit?
No, you're just right. There's no way around it.
Does that irk you that I'm right?
No. Like I said, I just have to... Okay, so what we're gonna do is, so that we don't just lose a crap ton of ammo, we're gonna stop the ammo belt somewhere, like right there. Yep, that's good, that's good. Okay.
They do have a neighbor bonus with them, and they're pretty powerful even at like lower amounts, so it's going to be an issue with space, and it's also his. I brought up the neighbor bonus multiple times, so we'll let him do his thing on it. We'll just let him go. Let him go with. Let him flow. He's learning. He's learning. Alright, yeah, I gotta go to Gleba. I gotta, I don't have enough stuff, is what it is. I need more stuff.
Ooh, excuse me. It's looking good, looking good. A little bit of time here, and we're gonna hit that, whoop, and then take off Gleba from that. All right. Oh no, don't trash it. I had to run away from the drones before they took my tool belts. There you go. Size bonus plus 80 now. Now I just gotta go to Novice and get my new legs as well. Then we're gonna go to truly terrifying speeds. Novice Gleba, perfect. Yeah, my next thing is I gotta actually fill this out with legendary stuff, which is gonna take some time. Admittedly, it's gonna take some time. Oh, delicious. Oh, so good, so good. Are you feeling it, Mr. Krabs?
Oh, I'm feeling it, Mr. Krabs. I think that is lined up right there. Okay. That.
You know, that bucket of yours sure is looking more like a table. I'm just saying.
Yeah. It's okay though. Yeah, the idea was to keep it small and compact, and then I just kept not getting that done. So
Just kept
at this point,
elongating.
it is what it is.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
But
House or not? Oh, wait a minute.
that can all come
We need to
off.
launch rocket. Why is this not launching a rocket? Oh, is it because there's just so few logistic drones? That's lame. Hmm. Yeah, let's just give that a break
Space.
then.
The final frontier.
Yeah, I'm a Star Trek fan, alright, so you can say that as often as
If-
you want.
If only space was the final frontier in this game.
What you talk about, huh? It is the final frontier. You gotta get out to the... That's the solar system edge you're shooting for. You thought Aquila was the end? Mm-mm. Yeah, your whole problem is trying to navigate space, so it is the final frontier.
Ah, yes, 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 of course.
Just wait, then you get to... You can try to go for the shattered planet.
Oh boy.
And that's a distance of 4 million kilometers, by the way.
Yay. 4 million kilometers.
Just to put this into perspective, Aquilo to the solar system edge is 100,000 kilometers.
Oh, fantastic.
It doesn't that sound like fun? Don't you want to go out? Don't you want to see the shattered planet? Wouldn't that be so cool, man?
I do want to see it.
Well, then you better get there.
I know, right?
Let's see.
Okay, let's see, and then get rid of. That.
Now, what's our movement speed now? 800%? Hey, Mobius, you want to race?
No.
Hey, Mobius, you want to race?
No.
Hey, Mobius, you want to race?
No.
Why?
Leave me alone.
Hey, Mobius, you want to race?
Why do you want to abuse me?
I don't want to abuse you, I just want to race, man. Is that so much to ask? Come on, let's race.
You're so much faster than me. It's not even a contest.
Oh, come on. Just see the difference now. It's going to be great.
Oh my gosh.
Come on, you know you want to see it. You want to see the difference
hold
now.
on.
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
Okay, give me like 2 seconds. Let me clean up this little blueprint that I got, and then I'll be right there.
All right.
Okay. Wait. You took off my armor, you dick. Come back!
Aren't I so much?
No!
Am I not so much faster? Look.
The dust trails kicking up behind you is ridiculous.
No.
You took everything.
I did. There you go. Take it back.
Thank you.
I just wanted you to think that I really got ahead of you.
Yeah. I noticed right away.
I was hoping you wouldn't notice until you started running.
We don't have any more exoskeleton recycling going on, do we?
No. I thought I had one going for a bit, but I don't think I... Did I stop it? I think I stopped it at some point. I don't even remember where I put
I
it
don't
now.
know. I was looking for it. I didn't see it. Because
I had one
all
at
we
one
have
point,
is just
and
this
it-
one.
Well, yeah, and this isn't even like our better quality modules that we can do. Those are still kind of getting built up
No.
on Fulgora, which, speaking of... that's
Yep,
not...
yep.
That's not what I'm looking for. I wanted to look at... We've got 5 legendary qual 3s now, which is really good. It's really good.
So are those getting put onto the quality production?
Those are getting put
Modules?
onto,
Like-
yes, like more of the quality
okay, to
3
make-
stuff.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
exactly, yeah. Because that's where they need to go, is like this whole section right here that's specifically dedicated to making them gets the legendary modules, because it's a 31.25% chance on it, which is like really good.
That's pretty ridiculous.
But
That's really good.
it's being slowed down right now by quality
Power.
2s, which have like some quality stuff on them as well. Let's see. Which I think they just need to go over here. Yes, I think what needs to happen is these actually need to be taken off of quality, just go to normal.
Yeah.
So let me see here.
Let's go there.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. Yeah, I'm just gonna remove all these.
think I was gonna do something with these before, and then it just ended up not working out, so it's better to just snip these off and let them just do the normal stuff again. Oh my gosh, I got so many of the green quality 2s, though. Can I connect all the trains in a stop to a radar, send the signal to a central brain, and run programs from the info? Or can I connect with something else? What exactly are you trying to do? Give me an example of like how you're envisioning it, basically. Because the only way that you connect to a train stop and then send signals to a train is not to all the trains that have the stop, it's the train that is currently at the stop. That's something very important to keep in mind with that. Why isn't this producing anything? Oh, it's because it wants... It's the red chips. It's always the red chips. Okay, I found the problem. I was deep on filtering out stuff there, so we fixed it all now. Okay. Anyway, that's all good now. But yeah, like I said, a train station can only interact with a train that's currently
like
at
so.
that drop.
You need to request.
So,
barrels
for
of
example,
cold fluoroketones.
let me see if I can find like a good
50,
example just sitting around.
Import from platforms,
Oh, I need my stuff. Hold on.
and then you're also gonna request those delicious fusion cells.
Oh, thank you for the posture check. Oh, my back did hurt a little bit there. Lower the cam. Oh, cam went red. Hold on. That happens sometimes. Stand by. I don't know why it happens. It's like the most random times. It's like it has a little bump in its processing, and then you have to just bring it back to life. And I'm just gonna bring you down. Normal track, and then I gotta go back to video capture, virtual cam, and then back to the normal. There it is. Very good. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. I wouldn't have noticed that before. What is this?
Where is... There you are.
Oh, this is one of our legacy trains. Mobius, one of your legacy trains caused a train gridlock, and I'm very sad about it.
I feel such a sense of shame and betrayal
You should.
from that train. I'm sorry. Please don't let his poor performance be a reflection on my personal belief system.
Well, it's your child, so I'm blaming you.
Uh,
Yeah, no. His problem is that he's still, like, kind of tied into the original factory, but we,
yeah.
right now, the original factory doesn't really produce enough sulfuric acid to be provided to the uranium mine anymore, which is fine because we
Yeah.
can just I think we've got sulfuric acid, or did we not do sulfuric acid yet? Ooh, that might be a problem. Nope, there's only one one chemical plant in the entire factory producing sulfuric acid. That's awesome. Okay, so
All we needed.
I just had to fix that. That's all. Yeah, poor guy. Overworked, I'd say. Alright, I'll fix that in just a second here. I have train depots, 7 trains in each. Want to open and close bulk storage according to how many full trains I have in item. 28,000 ore in my depot. I can turn off the out of my bulk storage of that ore. Show you the Covrex processor? Sure. This is it right here.
Yeah.
Proper preparation prevents poor performance. Yeah, exactly. Train depots, 7 trains in each.
I think.
I'll explain the Covrex in just a little bit. I know that was kind of funny, like to do it
problems.
that way, but I'll show you in just a minute.
Okay.
You want to
author
open
sheet
and
rolling. You're going
close
back to
bulk
novice.
storage according to how many full trains I have of an item. Okay. So you say you have 28,000 of an ore, and you want to turn off the out of your bulk storage of that ore. So do you mean you want to turn off requesting more of that ore to go into the storage, or is there something else that you're meaning with that? Because that's going to be very important to understand, like the principle behind how your train storage works. Because it can be done, you just have to understand the fundamental reasoning behind the system, basically. Alright. Well, I'm assuming you're typing that out, DIY. KB, this is how the Covrex works at a very, very, very basic level. Sorry, I move really fast. Let me just, I'll do M because it's slower. So, every centrifuge right here doesn't need to have everything in it, right? The recipe requires 40 uranium-235 and then 5 238, right? Well, if you let it just fill up, it'll have an extra additional 40 on top of it that just sits here and does nothing. So what I do is I come over here and I set a filter.
We're trimming weight on this thing,
and the
man.
stack
We're
size.
cutting out all the platforms that I don't need.
Oh, good. That's exactly what you should do, because like less weight means, you know, less that you have to deal with. Faster.
Yeah.
Big fast. Vroom vroom. Zoom zoom. We like that, right?
Yeah, totally.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Now we can continue the belt.
So there's a couple things that I do on this,
Carry on.
and this is kind of overkill, but I prefer it this way. So really, this starts by this right here, coming off of here and reading the amount of uranium-235 that's in here, and then sending this out on that same green network, okay? Because we're sending this out as an S signal, this actually doesn't contaminate the flow in, because we're just processing 235 as a signal, and then sending S on the same network here, as well as sending it out here. So what we do over here is this one is then looking at our uranium-235, making sure that we're, you know, we have enough to actually fill this. And then we send out a red signal on this network. We're also sending out the S signal, which is the stack size right here, along this network. That's what the arithmetic commenter is for. It's for actually calculating the stack size as it comes through. So that stack size then comes over here, and it will put in the exact amount needed to do the recipe and nothing more. Which is done over here on the green. Output, read contents, include in crafting is very important. Very important. And then you come over here to all this stuff. Like, we have so much of the 235 that
I don't really know what to do with it right now. Let's see. What could we do to, like... I could just add a little bit more storage, honestly. What did I just say? What part? What part? Do you want me to start from the beginning? Did I lose you along the way? I apologize if I did. You got lost? Sure. So every one of these Kovrex enrichment machines operate on the exact same logic. So I'll go through this again. Basically, right here, at the machine itself, we hook up to a green wire. And we're just sending out read contents and include in crafting. This means that we're going to put this in. And you'll notice when you start crafting, these numbers disappear. But they don't really disappear. They just go into the back end. So we want to read what's currently being used in crafting as well as what's being stored in general. Nice and simple. So this green wire comes out here and over to this arithmetic combinator, which all this does is takes us 40, because we only care about one thing, which is the 235, and we're subtracting that 40 from the amount that's actually there, because we want to hit 0. See how it says 40 right there? That's very important. We want that 40 number right there. And then that's going to output the signal S onto the green and the red, but really it's the red that matters the most here. So realistically, we don't need this green wire connected right here, if we don't want to, but we just have it there. I think there was another thing I was doing. I don't remember what. Anyway, so from here on this decider combinator, we're just checking as long as we've hit the 235 is greater than or equal to 40, we send out the red signal. In this case, it is. Because what that means is that we actually want to turn this on. Well, let me explain. Red signal coming out means that we turn this off, because we're actually checking for when the red signal is not on. So if red signal goes away, this means that we turn this on, and then we're using the S signal to set the stack size right here. You see that control signal? This will actually automatically set the stack size right here. So to kind of demonstrate this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put down a couple of chests. And then... That's not right. Let's make this more proper. So I'm going to do this. Because what this does is this allows us to actually get our 235 off the ground and show you what's going on over here. So you can see all of these are now running, and we're going to have all this 235 is going to clean off the belt as soon as it can and go straight over here. When I click on this, see how the 235 is completely like grayed out right there? That's actually on purpose, because we have the exact amount that we need on the inside right now. That's what this is calculating. This is telling us, hey, we've got that, so we're good. We don't need to input any more. So we'll watch this one, because these take a little bit of time to actually process. But what's going to happen is once it hits 100%, you're going to see that all of the 235, which is 41, gets spit out. We take 40 of that back, and we let one carry on. One 235 will carry on from this, and then it will join this over here, which allows us to retain just enough.
Cold fluoroketone is in the fusion, or how much it consumes at a time?
Yes, give me just a second.
Okay.
Alright, so now you're going to see right here. And we have it come out on a blue because blue is going to be slower than the green and helps us to control this. So right there again, it perfectly did 40, and you might have seen it, but it let one go by, and all these let one go by. And that extra one is the one that comes back. It gets put into storage itself, which is what you're seeing right now.
And we just did some extra storage in order to allow all of this to continue to go through. 238 does get consumed in the process, so we do have 238 that comes in, and this 238 will then get consumed and it gets recycled in on a little bit of circuit logic just to make sure that we're not backing up entirely and we're still trying to eat through that the 235 that's sitting in the back over here. And then we do productivity modules, which means that every 4 crafts, essentially we get an extra 235 craft out of it for free. Literally for free. Okay, I am back now. So what was the question specifically?
Okay, so I need to get rid of the assembly machine for the cold fluoroketone unbarreling. But I just don't know how much I need, like, in the system for this thing to keep running. Like, my cryo plant has 50 in its output. And
So
I think that'll be enough.
when you look over on the fusion generators, you'll see here that it says that their output is 2 per second of fluoroketone, right?
Yeah.
So if you look over here, we're going to see a couple things that might change. We know that these guys get a neighbor bonus with each other, right?
Yeah.
So because they can actually benefit from a neighbor bonus, which means that their output can go up, this means, technically speaking, that their consumption can also go up, right?
Right.
So it kind of depends on what you got going on right now. So like right now, you don't have a whole lot going here because your fusion reactor itself is solo. So you can just go off of the raw amounts of what it's coming out with, right?
Yeah.
So no neighbor bonus. This is just going to generate 4 plasma, which means that you have 2 fusion generators running because that's going to total to 4 per second, right?
Yeah.
So as long as you have enough for this to consume that 4 per second and rotate it through,
Yeah.
you should be fine. So what you probably want to do is just make sure that whatever your pipe contents are. So in this case, your pipeline is 1200. Give it, put it up to 1000.
What do you mean?
1000 fluoroketone.
Oh, get the pipe up to 1000 hot fluoroketone before I can connect the barrel.
So it's lossless, so you know that you can get away with like 1000 cold, and then there will only ever be like 1000 of that hot at a time, right?
Yeah.
So essentially, you can use this as the buffer.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
But I mean, you can see like right here, you've already got 785 in your assembly machine, so you probably have enough. Just let it cycle through.
Yeah.
So you can probably just go ahead and return your barrels back into your like main thing, and then just let this only do the fuel cells now, and you're gonna be fine.
Yeah. So, we're gonna take you guys.
Explanation of the questions and
You.
distorted pictures. Okay, let's have a look.
Only gonna grab barrels.
Bulk storage of copper. And 7 trains depot won't turn off the unload at the bulk storage when trains are in the depot. This blocks us from making 40 trains of copper storage, allow them to do other things. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. My gosh, that's a lot. Trains have the same name. Let's use the trains as ants and go around the interrupts to direct them after they're picked up. That could potentially have a problem, but I think you're going to be fine. You have item transport, goes to load. Your interrupts have fuel, you got your heart, unload.
You don't have a weight condition at the target. This one should be probably just empty cargo inventory, first off, on that one. I'm always deep in thought. Hearts awaiting, okay. It's a testing world? Gotcha, okay. Yeah, so... If I'm understanding this right, let me just make sure this is clear. You want to have 7 of these trains of copper, and then once you have 7, you don't want any more copper trains. Correct? You want this to sit on 7 copper trains. Just making sure that I want to make sure I'm getting clarity before I move forward here. Because that's a very important piece of the puzzle right here. Is that what you're saying? Is you want to have, when you hit 7 trains of copper, you want to stop requesting copper trains and let these guys like go through and like go around type of thing, so that you have trains available for other stuff, right? Any number of trains for any item in the storage depots. Inside the base. How's my trading? Slowed down a little bit, but my trading's actually doing pretty decent. I've started to experiment with the agentic trading that Robinhood does. I haven't actually deployed a test on it yet, but I'm getting close to doing one. But yeah, I've just been doing my my call sells, collecting credit and stuff. It's been going fine. I have been doing Ford still. I don't have enough to do options trading on it right now, unfortunately. Robinhood, thanks for helping to fund BlackRock. I mean, I've been using Robinhood because it's convenient on my phone, but I also use Alpaca. I'd rather use Alpaca, honestly, but I'm using Alpaca for paper trading and testing right now. Robinhood's just convenient. Scary, I know, right? And then I've been on, what's the tickers? It's BBI and BBAI and SBCE. I've been doing sell options with covered calls, basically. You're also an old school ape. I know. I know. I would genuinely like to switch over to Alpaca completely, but Robinhood does have a lot of nice features. I can't deny that.
So Seto,
Yeah.
I was looking at the peasant launcher production, and I was like, oh, I want to send down one of these, and I accidentally control clicked it, so I sent 100 down.
100 down of what?
100 railguns down to the frickin' surface of Navas.
Wait, 100 rail guns or 100 railgun ammo?
Rail guns.
No, you didn't. Where is it?
They're in my inventory right now.
Okay, it's like... Oh my gosh. I mean, luckily, like, we can send them up, that's fine, but the whole point of it was
really
to make
want
it so
to, but yeah.
you can just put them back on that one, then they can just distribute to the other platforms like it's supposed to do, but...
Yeah.
Can't beat them, join them. Yeah, exactly, Mahalik,
The fire distance is so small on these. Oh, you can't have anything in front of them, can you?
Well, you can. I wouldn't recommend it, though. You're gonna have to replace them if you do that.
Yeah. I just noticed that, like,
Was that Kovarek's explanation?
Like the cone of fire
Enough
highlights a bunch of
KB,
stuff
by the
in
way?
red.
Yeah.
Also, the range on these is only 40? Seems kind of short. I feel like when I was watching videos on them, they were shooting like way further than that.
They might have been higher quality, but I mean, like, what's the range of your rocket turrets?
I don't know.
It's 36.
Oh, okay. Well, that's actually quite a distance then. Never mind.
It's just they're in a
Take back
cone.
what I said. Yeah.
So that's the thing you have to keep in mind, is that they're in a cone as they go out.
Yeah.
Alright, let's read this explanation. Smaller depots, like connect them across the radar network throughout the base, they can give an overall number which would equivalent to a certain number of trains. There's with each train being a single signal. At a certain point, when I have a certain number of trains, the storage depots will turn off unloading from my bulk storage by turning off the unload train stopper. Hope that makes sense. Let me read this carefully. Smaller depots, connect them across a radar network throughout the base. I understand that. And overall numbers creates a certain number of trains. Yeah, so you just have a depot that's just distributed around, and you want to control how many trains exist in the total depot. Otherwise, with each train being a signal, but you don't have to do that. So the way that I see this is that you can totally calculate just the ore that you have to equate the number of trains that you have. That's totally fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Turn off unloading from the bulk storage by turning off the unload train stopper. Bad to the Bone. I love this song. It was a great song. We'll wait and make sure that DIY is back before we start asking questions on it. I think I understand what he's trying to do. I just need clarification on it because I don't want to jump to conclusions. What?
These things are sick.
Oh, did you get to see it shoot?
Yeah. I baited some bugs over for some fun.
Yeah, do it again.
Come here, stupids. Just absolutely cuts those things in half. Holy crap.
Yeah, do you hear the sound on them too?
Yeah. And they have like pass-through damage, it looks like.
Oh yeah, they cut through everything. I mean, do you see how much damage they do?
Yeah, it's 100 and oh wait, no, that's damage dealt. Sorry, wait.
They deal
wait, is
base
that
level. They
per
deal
shot?
10,000 physical damage per shot.
My gosh.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
way overkill for bugs and stuff. But you could definitely use them. Like I've used them to kill demolishers before. You get a demolisher to run at it head on, and the railgun goes through the head and then the rest of the body, and it does all that damage to every section at once.
Oh my gosh.
That the worm
That's
just goes.
ridiculous.
The worm just pops. Just goes.
Yeah. I'm definitely gonna be taking those when I have to go fight some more demolishers, because holy crap.
Yeah, they're a lot of fun. They're really funny to use.
Yeah. I was like, well, I sent them down. I might as well find out what they do.
Yeah, but their real benefit is going to be in space. You're going to really like them in space. But yeah, don't
Yeah.
put anything in front of them.
Yeah. Lesson learned.
Don't want issues from the network if the depot has other trains storing other train types. So I designate a name for each type of train, but basically you can understand the concept. I think I understood the concept, yeah. So, again, just to make sure that I'm understanding this, you want, when you reach a certain threshold, number of trains of a certain type, you want the unload, the bulk unload, associated with that. At this point, you want to turn off what loads up the train. Right? Oh, well, I guess that would be down here. You want to turn off the station that is taking the train and loading it in. Because you're saying, I already have enough of these in the depots, I don't need any more. Is how I'm understanding this right now. Which, I remember we did something similar to this in our space exploration run way before 2.0 and Space Age and all that. And there was a couple of really interesting quirks that came along with it. But what was nice was, with SpaceX, you get all the really big warehouses that have a lot of storage space with them. So it was a much easier process to do that. With Space Age, that you don't have like warehouses, you have chests that you can load up a bunch like this one. Am I doing an overly complex way? No, not at all. All you have to do literally is just you have multiple depots around, so you have the right idea to do a to do a network, which you could separate the network or not. That's totally up to you. It doesn't really matter which way you do that. Where's my radars here? Where's the radar? I know. Oh, okay, right here. The only thing that's important is that however you are communicating on the network, if you're doing the universe thing and you're setting a signal, this is probably what I would suggest to keep things separate. And then, because you're not on other planets yet, you can totally do this, and then just make sure you keep this in mind. So just do a symbol that makes sense for what you're doing. So in my case, I was doing locomotives for the intermediate stuff because that just made sense at the time. You could do like a cargo wagon. You could do any of these if there's like a letter one. So for this one, let's just do a pick because it's funny. So the pick separates your signals from all other surface signals, and that's totally fine. So let's say that the pick is going to one network for the base. Okay, so if you're just doing that, if you're just doing the one network, you just do the surface signal, it'd be totally fine with that one then. So what you need to do is on that signal, then you can do at your train depot, let's just do this to represent one of your train depots, okay? Oh, in fact, let's do this. And let's say that you had, what was the number again? That you were saying? You had an example number. You had 7 trains, and then you were saying there was a number of like ore that you were looking for. Because you can, okay, you have 28,000 of an ore. And let's just go with copper because that's what we're seeing here. So let's say that you had 28,000. And I'm assuming your train wagons are all standard, no quality crunching, anything like that has gone on at this time. So each of your trains has 2 wagons, and each of those wagons defaults to 40. We can double check that because we can just click on this and see that's a storage size of 40. So, a couple things that you can do here is at every station, you do this. So you have 28,000 copper ore that you know is in here. So we need to convert this stuff, right? A couple things that we can do if we wanted true redundancy on this, just to check everything, is you would actually do this, and then you would do stack size. And then we would do that on a green wire in order to like keep things separate here. And then we do a red wire over here. And we look over here, we can see that our green shows the stack size, and the red is what's actually in here. So, what I would want to do with this information, then, is we need to determine, a couple things, really. In fact, let's do another combinator up here. Doing basic, not my first blueprint book. Oh, for your first blueprint book. Yeah, I gotcha. So this is, for a blueprint book especially, this is a good way to do it, because this is going to be generic right here. So we take this, we know that's going to be the stack size. We're going to use it for both things here, but I'm going to come up here, taking that stack size. We know our total cargo wagon stuff, right, is 40 slots. So what we need to do is we're going to take 40, and then it's 80 because it's 2 wagons. So 80 times our copper, which is that stack size. Then we're going to output, in this case, I'm just going to do the cargo wagon. And this represents now 4,000 of what you could store just on the cargo wagon, okay? So following along with me, we know that 4,000 is how much gets stored on. And then we can actually take that away here, and we'll do a green wire here like we did before. And now we can take green cargo. Well, actually, let's do red. This will just be better to do it this way. And then we're going to divide that by the cargo wagon signal on the green, and I'm separating this because it's very important. And then we want to have that come out as train, and you can see it there, boom. That is now representative of 7 locomotives, right? But we can do this even better because we're doing copper right here, right? So we could actually then do this as copper to represent copper trains, right? And then This comes out here. And now this is representing that we're sending out on the red network on your stuff here. Oh, in fact, let's just do this. And then I would do another one down here. And now you can see that on my network right now, I have all these other ones. And I have this copper signal on the red wire. And in fact, I should switch to green wire since I'm not using green wire on the surface right now. Because that would just be much better. And then I'm not risking ghost signals on my stuff right now. So you can set that signal to anything you want, but this is now telling us that that 28,000 is now converting into 7 trains worth of copper ore. Does that make sense? I know that was kind of a lot. And it's not necessarily truly generic right now, because right now we're doing specifically this, like the copper ore bit. But what I could do instead is we could actually do this where we do an each. And then we output each one as its own signal like this. And then we can divide this one 80 divided by each once again. But the problem with this now is that this will output 4,000 right there. But then we can do each on this one as well, which then does that there. And then we can come over here and then just do each once again, meaning that it is now comparing to itself. And now we have the same result, but now it's actually generic. We can add anything here. Why do it this way instead of giving the train with cargo a specific designation? So train with 2 full wagons, copper cup C. Now I just keep track of the number of C. You can do that. Because here's the thing. When you say give a train with cargo a designation, do you mean giving the train, the locomotive itself, the designation? Or are you meaning that you are going to display the signal of how many trains have the cargo? Does that make sense? Because here's the thing, is that you can get information from a train. So, for example, let's come down here. I'm going to hijack a train real quick. So I'm going to do like this. I'm just going to cut this off from leaving. So you can come over here. There's a send to train, set train limit. You can also read the train count, read stop train, read train contents, yada, 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 all that stuff. But the big thing here is you can read the train ID. So if I do this one, every train does have a unique ID that you're looking at right there, if you wanted to do that. The problem with that is that it doesn't become very flexible to assign a certain train to a certain task. Unless you like really, 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 really want it to do that. So what this allows us to do here, like I said, is we can use this signal to designate that that same ore. So for example, I could then come over here, I could say with iron, because we're still doing the same thing, so for like 4,000 per train. So then we do like 12,000. Gets added in here, and now I just, right there, now I have 3 iron trains that just came into the system. And then I can make decisions based on that. If I have a different load like copper and iron ore for red science. Yeah, like that. That's what this is doing right here, is this is actually calculating, crunching any ore that I bring into this. So I could do stone as well. And I could even do like a random number, say you have partial trains in that. And this will actually round up. So like that 12,000 we had, what if I did 11,000? That will actually round down and tell us instead that we have 2 trains worth. Even though we technically have 3 trains worth, it's going to tell us that we have 2 trains worth because factorial calculations round down. But you should never be in a situation that you have a partial train. So this could then just go back up once again to 12,000. And then boom, you've got 3 stone trains calculated in here. You can use that there. I want to read the types of loads, ant beds. Well, yeah, so this is reading the loads. So this, the constant combinator is just representing the signals that would be on the ore and stuff, right? Unless you're doing mixed trains, like you could, but it looks like you have trains that are largely being loaded with a single item, which is usually how you should do it. It's the easiest way to deal with that. Because, like I said, that's essentially what my system is doing too, where I have all these depots here, but the depots are generic depots. This one's meant for ore, so these are all trains that are designated for ore. and then we have like 60,000 stone, but then when the stone gets out, it only requests more stone when we hit a floor of 10,000. And that's because these are higher quality trains, which actually have stacks of 50 apiece rather than 40, right? Because if you want to do it with, like, you know, a train with 2 full wagons of copper becomes C, and then you keep track of the number of C, you can do that. You want to do mixed in the future? That's where things get much more complicated. Because if you're going to do mixed, your train interrupts will go off of the first signal that passes. If you want to do mixed, you have to do something else in order to assign them. Which means that you have to identify the train contents for one, which I showed that we can do that. We can also look at the train ID. So you can read the train contents right here. Each of these can do that, and we're actually doing that exact thing with all these wires coming back over here to the brain. The problem with this, though, is that unless you are going to a combinator directly from the train stop and then joining it all together, all of these are going to share onto one network. I want all depots to be universal unless I absolutely have to split the liquids. You're probably going to want to split the liquids because that's just best practice. It's just best practice, really. And it's better to have trains that are dedicated to, like, ore to liquid, and then intermediates is usually what I do. And then final product stuff, that's... you can just put that in with intermediates. It doesn't really matter at that point. You can consider them to be an intermediate because you're going to use them for something else. So the way that I see this, and this is a problem with mixed trains in general, is that you can't really cleanly designate what goes where when you have mixed trains without doing some, like, much more intensive combinator crunching. And at this point, with your combinator experience, I wouldn't try to do this. This is going to be like a massive rabbit hole. And the return on investment for the time that you're going to spend on it really isn't as high as you think it's going to be. It's very cool to do later on. It's a very good, like, proof of concept to jump into. But the problem is that mixed trains have a very big issue with throughput efficiency. The only time that mixed trains really, really, truly make sense in a run, outposts. And I'm meaning outposts that you are trying to distribute a specific item, like, set to them. So, for example, you have an outpost that has artillery, it's going to have construction drones, repair packs, artillery shells themselves, replacement walls, and all that. And you would designate a train that has a set amount of all that stuff. And then if any of those get low, it goes to one of these outposts and then fills up that outpost with all the requirements that it needs, and then comes back and fills up the rest of it. Because that one, you're not trying to unload the whole train, you're just trying to top off an outpost. And you might unload the whole train if it's a fresh outpost, but most likely you're just topping off stuff that exists in the outpost and needs, you know, just a little bit of extra help, a little bit of oomph with it. So, yeah. You can do it if you want to. You're going to have to go a little bit deeper into circuit logic, though, when you are dealing with trains that are not dedicated to transporting one resource. Because, say, for example, you take these ore trains, you decide that you want to start mixing these with 2 different ores. Well, the problem is, at what point do you really want 2 different ores at a location? Very rarely. Usually when you have ore going somewhere, it's going to a processing facility that's going to turn the ore into plates. Most likely, it's turning it into plates. Same thing with, like, liquids. It's like liquids are going somewhere to be turned into something else for another process. So, for example, if you come up here... Oh, we don't have radar coverage of that. That kind of stinks. Okay. Omen's Spidertron's right there. That'll work. There it is. Okay. So here's one example. This has a lot of circuits. The wiring is actually, like, super nasty. I need to clean this up a little bit. But essentially what's happening is each of these trains, like, this is a molten iron drop, this is a stone brick requester, and this is a plastic requester. And each of these is dedicated to one item, and then it controls the item and how it puts everything onto a belt. But at the same time, it's also controlling when it requests an item based on its storage. So if we look down over here, basically the maximum is 288, and currently we have 246. When we reach enough to actually request a train, that's when we then set a train limit right here. Dividing it by 100 is what we're looking for, because E is the empty. So then we'll then turn on the train limit to then request a train that has plastic. And that is how we communicate with our intermediates over here. So for example, there's going to be one of these trains that has plastic somewhere, unless we ran out of plastic, which we probably did at some point. Nope, we have plastic. There's one train of plastic right here. So this guy is now waiting here, and he will not move until there is somewhere that needs plastic. Outposts are consideration when thinking of throughput for loading and unloading in my small footprint for a complex item assembly. And that's where train depots really shine. This one kind of looks bad because it has a massive amount of tungsten plate because I made a mistake. But you see there's a lot of empty trains in here that are ready to be dispatched, and as soon as I add something to the network, this goes and picks it up. It's exactly what happened with the low density structure. As soon as there was enough available, it went and picked it up and then added it in here, and it's now ready to get dispatched to wherever it needs it. And we can change how much we're storing right here. So right now, I basically have it set to store one train load as, like, the limit. So in this case, I have artillery shells at 100, because each wagon is 50, and each shell takes up one slot, which really sucks, but I have 3 train loads of artillery shells here, because you have to account for some of the travel time, and while trains are traveling, you can't really read them. So the bottom end is what you actually trigger to go and get more, basically. And I've been just dealing with one train load. When we fully exhaust our trains, then we go looking for more, right? So that's how we're achieving that right there. My depots are separate, but they could be connected if I wanted them to. That's what I'm trying to explain to you, is that this concept, each of these are using the exact same concept. Like right here, there's a selector combinator doing the stack size with all this. And this has a lot more complex signals coming on here, which is why I'm keeping it separate from everything else. But I could take this exact same thing, and I could hook it up to this one down here, and be totally fine. I've just centralized my depots, but these depots could easily be separated. Easily be separated. Because all I have to do, really, is I just send this signal right here on the green, and I just send out that green for what's being read over here. So that's what I'm trying to emphasize, is that the idea you're looking for is right here in front of you, and this is how you communicate with it, because this is also, I've got wires running along here. This is doing the same thing as like what a wireless would do. It's just combining all the signals over here. In order to make this truly wireless, all we would do is, instead of all these wires running around, you would do a radar right here at this point, and then like a radar over here. You would connect a green wire to this, and then this green wire, instead of doing all along here, would then just connect like this. That is literally the only change that would happen. And for me personally, this is on this channel, this locomotive channel right here. I would then put this on its own separate channel, separate from Surface, to keep things separate from the general stuff, because the one thing I don't want is ghost signals coming across and messing with calculations. So I would probably do this as like a storage signal. So I would probably do this as cargo wagon right there, and then make sure this one is matching that same cargo wagon signal. And now that is wireless. This distance here, I just wired up across the towers, like old train networks used to be done in Factorio. You would just run wires across all of your trains to connect them together. Now with wireless transmission, you don't have to do that anymore, is what I'm saying. It's the same concept, just a different execution, that's all. You can't open the radar? Did you hook up a wire to it? Because you see, this is what it looks like when there's no wire. But you can also click on Circuit Network to bring that up so you can see the options, but you can't interface with them until you have an actual wire hooked up to it. It's very important. Very, very key set of conditions that you have to meet for that. I just realized I wasn't muted that whole time, Mobius. I am so sorry if I was like.
Oh, you don't
jabbering
care?
in your ear.
I don't care. I was just listening. It was good.
Okay.
I was looking at my science production to see how I can help speed it up a little bit. And so I just slapped in a couple of asteroid reprocessing pieces,
Mm-hmm.
which I know is not going to fix the problem, but it could make it slightly better for what I'm having to deal with here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so wire's connected. What do you mean you can't open the radar then?
You
You're
know.
left clicking on it, yeah? Okay, let's look at what you're doing. Boom.
Oh no, I just flapped those two idiots in there.
Epic Crushers, wow. Oh, your poor
Yeah,
power,
well, we
though.
have them.
Brother, your
I know,
power.
we're gonna fix that. We're gonna fix
Brother,
it. It's okay.
Brother, ooh.
We have ways to fix that. I was just checking to see how many of the nice solar panels I have.
There should be plenty, like, on Novice, unless I forgot to add it to the network, which, which is probably
No.
exactly what happened.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no. It's right there. Or is this you that did this? No, this was me.
I didn't do this. But they're
Oh,
not.
this was me. Yeah, because
This was the one that was in the network. Yeah.
yeah, because this is just storing all the stuff that I don't want because this is all the green panels and below.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're just crunching all that, and we're only keeping the blue and up right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so that is actually working as intended. Never mind. And I would just stick to using blue panel. Blue panels work just fine. I would only use the purple panels right now if you are designing a ship that's going out to the solar system edge. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mainly because you're not going to get a whole lot of solar energy out there at the edge, because I think it's, what is it? Solar power in space is 1% when you get out there, but it can help you like a little bit. And up to Aquilo, you get like 60%, so purple's good for Aquilo. And then you'll have to obviously switch to fusion to get to the actual edge itself.
Yeah.
Or fission. I mean, you could do the nuclear fission. I would, if you're going to do it, just do fusion. Fusion's just way easier.
I'm just gonna do fusion. Yeah, because it's just way simpler for things.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
Yeah.
obviously, the problem with oh, that was loud. I just have to do a balancing act over here. But
Oh, yeah.
the science production, this is just a temporary fix.
Oh, yeah. You can make a better science station anyway.
Yeah.
And then, like I was saying, DIY, this version that I just explained right here, this one is actually very generic. So you could actually add in something like plastic to this, just to like really throw it off here. So if I do plastic and then I just put in like, let's see, the stack size is 100. So if we're doing like 40, that's 80 times 100, it's going to be 8,000. So I just want to make sure I'm doing this in the right way. So then we say like 16,000. Now look over here, 2 trains worth of plastic. The only reason that this won't work for liquids is that liquids have their own deal, because liquids don't have a stack size. So if I were to put in like crude oil here, and I did 50,000, the crude oil doesn't come over here. But what you could do instead is you could take your liquids and have a separate calculation for the liquids, and then have it just meet back over here to the same conclusion, essentially. And liquids are really easy. You can just take any liquid and divide it by like 50,000. If you're doing like single liquid wagons that are normal value, basically. Yeah, this would do all of your solids, and then you have to do a slightly different step for liquids. And then this would be a one-size-fits-all, that you would do one of these at every single train depot, and then you output it onto your network, and they all combine to tell you the total of what's around. Connect the wire to the radar, and left-click radar and logistics screen should open. So you have the radar, connect a wire, mode of operation, click on universe, and then channel. No, logistics screen shouldn't open. Unless you have a mod or something. Maybe you got a mod, I don't know.
You know what I'm realizing too, Seto?
I'm ready. No mods? Okay. Yeah,
This
that's what you
is
should be
this
seeing.
is before you explained, or no, you probably did explain to me, but this is using the venting system of just like throwing out asteroids.
No, yeah, that's what you went with.
Yeah, I should change that.
Yeah, you stuck with the vent system for a long time rather than like reprocessing and like removing things back into it.
Yeah,
He vented ejectum, he's sus. Oh yes. Very sus.
Yeah. we haven't played that in a long time. I don't even know if I still have that installed. Probably not.
It's not like a huge game, so it doesn't take long to install.
No.
You know, it's not one of those it's not like freaking Call of Duty that every time you update it's like, alright, reinstall the whole game.
Yeah. Here's a 100 gigabyte install.
Yeah. That was one of my main things when I was playing Call of Duty, because my brother-in-law played it a lot, so I was playing Warzone with him, because like, oh, it's a game he likes and that. But I kept telling him I hate every update that I have to sit here for an hour just for an update. Like, if I was installing the whole game fresh, I understand that.
Yeah.
But every update, I was like, man, I don't want to, like, have it be a second job just trying to update it. That's crazy.
Right? Yeah.
So I'm really glad that Call of Duty finally pissed him off enough that he doesn't play it anymore.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, okay,
Like,
we can try Battlefield 6. I was like, yes, please do.
Yeah. I enjoyed Call of Duty when we played it, but yeah, no, it nowhere near as good as like Battlefield 6 or anything like that. So,
Mm-hmm.
and nowhere anywhere close to War Dogs. So,
Oh, yeah. Oh, man, I can't wait for War Dogs. DIY, what operating system are you on while playing this?
If it ain't Linux, Seto don't want it.
You say that as I'm on Windows on my on my desktop.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Man, I do like Linux a lot though. But Linux does sometimes have weird things that can happen. And I know some people that play on Mac, I'll never get a Mac. Blech.
Yeah.
I tried that, been there, done that, never doing it again. Linux Mint, okay. You shouldn't have a problem with Linux Mint, but I would suggest maybe try... Wait, you said that's a test world, right? Is that like a sandbox, God mode, everything like that? It is? That might have something to do with it. Try saving it, go out of your test world, go into a normal game, and try to interface with the radar there. If it still happens there, you might actually have a bug. I would probably try to verify your cache if it persists on a real game, and then try again. Because what should happen, in an ideal world here, what should happen is that you put down a radar, and when you click on it, it comes up with this. It should give you a little window right there, and you should hear that sound. You should hear that sound. A little, like, clicking sound, and you're not going to hear it now because my game capture's off. Give me a second. Okay. So right here, you'll hear... kind of sounds like a thunk, thunk. And then you'll have, like, the circuit network option there. There's going to be the X to close it, or E to escape it. And then when you hook up a wire to it and you left-click it, this is what you should see. And you can see here that the green wire connected to circuit network 16636, and this one is connected to 17049, because these are operating on different, wavelengths here. But if I change the channel over to that PIC, you're then going to see, once again, that this will have 17049, which is going to be over here. 17049. It's on the same network. Ta-da! That's what it should be doing. If it is not doing that, it's a client-side issue, which could be, like I said, a corrupted data, which you just need to verify your cache, or maybe there's something weird that it does with Mint. I don't have Mint. I've been using Pop! OS recently, which surprisingly works pretty well. My laptop was in a very unique, weird spot for it, but it worked pretty well. It runs every game that laptop's capable of. How's Pop? I thought that I was going to hate it. I kind of like it, actually. Thank you for the hydrate, Discord. I appreciate that. Because I wanted something that was Windows-esque. Because I was like, man, I do like some of the features of Windows. I hate the bloat. So if I had something that was kind of like Windows, but I wanted it to have some features that I like. And so I was like, well, what if I had something that was like GNOME-based, right? And I was like, okay, well, I like Debian. You know, I'm a huge fan of Debian Linux. So I was like, well, okay, I've heard of Pop. Let's go look at Pop! OS. And it has, like, you know, their whole landing page, you know, selling it and stuff. I was like, oh, okay, you know, like, it's a, you know, it looks pretty good. I'll give it a try, and know, and if I hate it, type of thing. Arch, right? I have used Arch in the past, but this one with this ThinkPad that I had, I didn't want to go through all the, like, I didn't want to, like, be super customizable. I wanted something that you could, like, install and get it up and running, because I'm also testing it for, my wife. If she has, like, so for example, she's got a desktop tower that's upstairs in the bedroom that we're using to stream, her newest desktop, those games on it, because it's a better PC, up to that one. And have it do the games. Eventually, I'm going to take over that tower, and I'm going to use that to do a dual PC setup over here. And I also want to have that one be Linux, because Linux just runs infinitely better and has very little bloat and is just going to be much more efficient. Because I want to have it, I want to handle the recording, I want to handle the stream encoding bit, because I want it to do both at the same time so I can get higher quality footage. And I also want it to handle a local LLM. I'm thinking on, like, doing Ollama something, and have it do some really cool stuff with chat. Because I'm really into that stuff, and I think that would be a really cool, fun thing to do. I was going to call it Data, and just have, like, you know, just make it after Commander Data from Star Trek, because huge fan.
Nerd.
Clankers, exact Clankers. My Clankers, though. My babies. I was like, Arch build? It's been using Debian commands as far as I'm aware with it, so maybe I have to go look at it again. That might explain why it was so familiar, though. Yeah, my Clankers, that's my Clankers. Our Clankers. But yeah, like I said, if the radar's not doing this, you might have a bug going on. Because I know, like, Linux should work, because I was just on my laptop earlier today, and I was interfacing with this totally just fine. I didn't have any issues with it, so. But yeah, like I said, this works generically. This will work for any and all solids, just won't work for your liquids. That's it. I'm gonna leave that there for now in case we have to come back and reference that. Okay. Alright, so how's it going for you now?
Good. Bucket Boy is caught a snag.
Oh?
Which would be coal, which would be water, because...
What have you done?
I don't know. Oh, calcite is full, so there's no ice cube production. That was solved last time by doing this. As much as we like the process of being able to use multiple, or using the advanced process, the simple process was what kept the machines working on the other ship as well.
Mm. So, you know, you can, you can use circuits to switch it.
That would be a good idea.
I know. I'm a thinker, really.
Yeah. Well, and you've already explained the concept to me by showing me how to do the multi, like the upcycling stuff.
Yeah, the upcycling, and then we've also, we've recycled asteroid chunks in order to get, like, a balance of asteroid chunks onto a belt when you have an excess of other stuff.
Yeah.
Not sure if you used that one quite yet, but...
I have not.
It is very,
Again,
very
the,
powerful, just saying.
Oh, where is it? Not Taste of Tim. Mobius Station is back up and running. Because, like, I mean, I added a bunch of arms to it, but also because it needed ice to get stuff going, and it wasn't collecting any ice up here.
Uh-huh.
So I set up these recyclers so that if there is no ice on the belt, it'll take some chunks off and then just turn them into ice.
Yeah, and that works. And you can make it even more advanced if you do, like, you know, instead of just equals 0, you could have, like, a baseline of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you can say, like, if it's less than 5, and then these will just continue to do that until you get, like, at least 5 oxide asteroid chunks.
That's not a bad idea, actually. Dude, yeah.
I know, I have a lot of
Then,
ideas. I'm full of them. I have so many ideas.
I know, I know Pistachio doesn't like your ideas, but I'm here for it.
Yeah,
you
I don't know
know?
what's up with that. Really hurts my feelings.
And I have a feeling that by doing this reprocessing, it's going to limit the amount of asteroids we're venting anyways, so...
Which is always ideal.
Yeah.
Voice break who? I don't know
I
what you're
wouldn't-
talking about.
He didn't have a voice break. He heard something else.
This is my normal voice.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
That was really funny, though. I didn't think it would go that high pitched. when I did it, I actually surprised myself. Yeah, I kind of rocked back a bit, like, wow, I can make that.
Yeah.
I can make that noise. So good.
I was kind of curious to see how fast we could start making plates, and obviously, like, you know, not a great example, but I put 2 beacons on the ship to speed it along. It made them so fast.
Yeah, do you see? You hover over it, it can do 19.2 plates a second.
Yeah, a second. Yeah.
But these, your assembly machines are asking for 22.5 a second.
Yeah. Fine, we got closer, you know?
Oh, yeah, for sure. But
Yeah.
you could definitely produce
also-
them very quickly if only your foundry could keep up with it.
Yeah. We also don't need more, because our belt is full.
No, but
Well,
if you
they
get to the
have-
point that you're draining your belt now, your assembly machines aren't running at like full tilt. So really, like, your assembly machines will start to consume a lot of power right now because their maximum draw is 1.43 megawatts, which is when they're running, and then your foundry is gonna draw 16.92 megawatts. So like right now,
Yeah,
if
we
you,
got the
if
we
you
got
look
the
at
overhead
that,
for it.
you've got it for now.
Yeah.
That was just one thing. So what about your other? I mean, this one's also drawing 16.92 megawatts when it's running.
How?
So if
Oh, 'cause it
if
has the little circle of
everything
influence, yeah.
if everything is running at once, you know, you might have a problem.
Yeah.
Because right there, your steel production kicked on, and you're getting close to half, to half of your power production.
Yeah, it's okay. We're good. It'll all work out.
As long as you're aware of it, that's the only thing that matters. This is also why efficiency modules do actually come into play quite a bit, too.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay, we turned everything on. Yeah, we're definitely having some power struggles here, but you know.
Beautiful. Beautiful. 2 weeks, you get to see Bon Jovi live? Really?
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Lucky. I don't know how I saw this, but I was glancing at YouTube Music, and they had like, you know, local concerts in your area. And I saw in Salt Lake there was a Rob Zombie concert coming. I was like, ooh, man, I wish I could go.
Rob Zombie, huh?
I love Rob
pretty-
Zombie.
It's funny.
You know Rob Zombie?
Yeah, I listen to Rob Zombie.
You're good. Yeah, I was gonna say it's great stuff.
Yeah, I'm a man of class and culture.
Well, duh. What was the other group that you seemed surprised that I knew of? It was Cypress Hill. That's one. Because we heard it
yeah.
in Battlefield 6. You're like, wait, you know Cypress Hill? I was like, duh.
Yeah, duh.
Freaking Insane in the Brain was one of the greatest songs like that I heard growing up.
Yeah. Great song, by the way.
His wife is my perfect.
10 out of 10
woman,
would
sure.
recommend.
Yeah, well then Battlefield 6 introduced me to the how I could just kill a man, and I was like, is that Cypress Hill? I turned around over to the radio. It is! I was like, what is this song? I go looking it up.
Hill. What the heck?
I
Yeah.
was like, I haven't heard them in so long, and I've discovered a song I didn't know before, which was really great. But man, freaking Insane in the Brain is, just... Because I liked Cypress Hill, then there was a Canadian group. What was it called? Swollen Members, I think is what it was called. You ever heard of that one?
No.
Oh, they got some really awesome tracks, actually. They're so good. So good.
I'll have to give them a listen.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what's the one... I think it was... I'm thinking of one. What is it? I think it's Killing Spree. Yeah, Killing Spree. I'm gonna turn on right now for myself.
Oh no.
I used to listen to this while playing Medal of Honor Warfighter. Really sad that series went down the drain, by the way. It was such a good series. Yeah, they had like a very Cypress Hill-esque style to them. But they were also
Yeah.
like, they did their own thing too. It was really good. That, I liked them, and then, I can't think of it now. It was on the tip of my tongue and I lost it. Oh my gosh, I can't think of, I'm looking through my music right now, hold on. I'm gonna remember them in just a moment. Damn it, who is it? I can hear the songs in my head, but I can't name them. I'm about to fruit out right now. Where is it? If it's not in my liked songs list, I'm gonna freak out. I swear I listened to it today. I listened to them today. Styles of Beyond, there it is. Oh my gosh. Holy crap. I'm ashamed it took me that long. Have you heard of Styles of Beyond?
Yes, I have heard of them. I don't remember
It's
their
probably
music super well.
it's
but-
probably from like Mike Shinoda, who went over did like he did Linkin
Yeah.
Park stuff and
Okay.
all that.
Yep, that's what it's from. Yep.
Yeah, so they did some stuff with Styles of Beyond and with Linkin Park both.
Yeah.
They got some really good tracks. I really like them. Played Medal of Honor, Airborne, and Rising Sun. Great games. Great games. Yeah, the last one that I remember was Medal of Honor Warfighter. And they actually had like really cool ideas for it. I'm really sad that it ended up going under in the end. Because they had like
So the whole premise of it was like, you know, global conflict of that, and when you played multiplayer, you could pick from different operators from different special forces groups from all over the world, right? So they had like, they had DevGru, they had Spetsgroup Alpha from like, Russia, they had the Polish equivalents, Canadian ones, and some ones I never even heard of that were all really cool, had their own unique looks and stuff. And when you went into a match, you were paired with another person, so you always had like a buddy team thing. And if you stayed by your buddy, you ran out of ammo, all you had to do was go up, and you could then get supplies from your buddy. Just like ask them, and then they would like have an animation handing you a magazine, by the way. And it wouldn't actually take from them, it would just be providing you ammo, basically. And then you get like more like bonus points and stuff for sticking with your battle buddy. And then, you know, people were like, well, I don't want to actually play with a battle buddy, so they like do their best to run away from you. I don't know. It was just a good time. It was a good
You remember Army of Two?
Yeah.
That was such a great game.
I think Tia
Oh my gosh.
has one of the Army of Two games on the Xbox, if I recall. I don't remember which one. I think it's the first one she's got, because there was two, right?
Yeah.
Wasn't there
There
like
was
rumors
two.
of a third one and it never happened, or am I thinking of a different thing?
No, there was rumors of a third one. It never happened. The dev studio had some
Had some-
financial troubles.
Ah,
Yeah.
that sucks.
It wasn't as popular. Like, it was a cool game, really fun concept, but like, the proof of practice was not there.
Yeah.
So,
Man, that's a shame. That's a shame.
yeah. I'm realizing when I did that reconstruction of the nose that I disconnected one of the wires and it dumped all the asteroids. That's why my belt is a rainbow of asteroids right now. I'm looking at it. I'm like, what? No.
I was gonna say that's a very, very interesting setup you got there. It looks very,
Because
very controlled.
well, look at the left side.
Oh yeah, I know.
That's the side that didn't get disconnected.
Wait,
the
Discord
right
said
side is
that
what
there
got
are 3
disconnected.
Army of Two games.
No, there's not.
Really? Hold on a second. Army of Two games. I gotta see. It is a oh, Devil's Cartel? Okay. I never got to play
What?
that one.
I never played that one either.
Yeah, because there was Army of Two, 2008, yeah, and then Army of Two, the 40th Day. I remember that one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hold on. Oh my gosh.
Can we buy this on Steam?
No way. No, they wouldn't put that on. Steam wouldn't be that cool, would they? Hold on. Now I gotta know.
Army of Two.
Have they remastered it? I don't see it.
No, I don't see it either.
That's you know, technically speaking, Army of Two would fall under the abandoned game category, wouldn't it?
What does the abandoned game category mean?
Literally
That you can
games
pirate
that
it?
well, games that are abandonware, and so they essentially are like quote unquote open source if they haven't been officially open sourced. So one game,
Yeah.
for example, I don't know if you've heard of this one, Black and White 2.
No.
Okay, so I have my physical copy of Black and White 2 right here, and I even have the expansion of Black and White 2. This was like a God simulator type of thing, okay?
Yeah.
But the studio, Lionhead Studios, went under. I forgot exactly why, but they had some troubles and stuff and ended up going under. So their game, their IP, never really got bought. But there were people that took up the project of open sourcing Black and White 2 and then making it work on modern hardware with community patches and stuff, right?
Yep.
Which means you can play Black and White 2 for free because it is abandonware. You can download the files online. You don't need a physical copy like what I have. And because of that, you can play it as long as you download the appropriate patches, and get it to run on your computer.
Yeah.
Yeah, Black and White is abandoned. So yeah, anyone can play Black and White. Like the first Black and White, you can play it, but I personally think I like Black and White 2 more because I think the first Black and White had some weird things with it. Oh, hey, speaking of Rob Zombie, there's Dragula.
I think. So I think if we wanted to play Army of Two, we'd have to. I mean, there's like
we'd have to
Xbox,
emulate it.
Xbox 360 emulators, yeah.
Yeah, or we'd have to actually play it on a physical Xbox and get like a capture card and then play it like, you know, do like a local
my
play
gosh.
of it one of these days type of thing.
I'd have to. Oh, you know what? Famous still has an Xbox 360.
So do we. We have a 360 too.
Oh, okay.
I don't remember if we have a physical copy though. Had a crush
Well,
on his
I'm
wife from
sure-
House of a Thousand Corpses. Oh, she was really hot. That's true. That's true. Man, so
Oh, wait, Devil's
Dragula,
Cartel
that
Xbox.
song reminds me specifically of a PlayStation game called Sled Storm. Tell me someone here knows Sled Storm. Because that was ooh, that game was so good. It was a
Okay,
it was a
we can get it for
snowmobile racing game.
$23.
The physical game?
Somehow, the physical game still costs $23.
That's probably because it's not. Is it an official site or is it someone like on eBay, like Amazon, independently selling it?
It says it's Amazon,
Okay, but is it
and
a
then it has
seller?
a link to the EA store.
Really? So they would still make a physical copy of that? That's crazy. Which would have made a perfect Harlequin, not the daddy issue version we got. Well, everybody loves the daddy issue version. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying. But yeah. Ah. So good. So good. Man, the nostalgia train's hitting hard tonight. Very hard.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
The nostalgia train's hitting hard because we can't play the game we want to play. That's really what's going on here.
Yeah, man. How long do we have to wait for War Dogs again?
September 10th, I think.
So we've got, let's see. So in 1 week, it's September 1st. So it's a little over 2 weeks. It's not that bad.
It's around the corner, but it is definitely farther than I would like it to be.
I'm gonna be crying every week and like, I don't know what to play. Nothing else matters. I just want to play War Dogs.
Yeah.
No, I've got plenty of other games that I can play to, like, you know, feed my time. I actually have, like, I have stuff I should probably do.
Coming September 10th. Wait, Steel added... It says Steel added 3 things to their library. War Dogs, and Supporter Pack War Dogs. Did he buy it twice? Oh no, me, you and Steel both have that.
I was gonna say, I don't think... Here, hold on.
Maybe it shows the playtest as the... That's weird. It probably shows the playtest as, like, being part of the game stuff? I don't know.
Well, so I have added 3 things to the library, yeah, and it's War Dogs, and then War Dogs playtest, and then the War Dogs supporter pack.
Okay.
So that's what it is it adds, if you look at the... If you click on War Dogs and then War Dogs playtest, the logo in the center is larger for the playtest. Because they are technically 2 different things entirely, right?
Yeah. That makes sense.
Roll on Wednesday marbles. What if I don't? What if we don't do Wednesday marbles?
Oh, and then Warhammer has the Lords of the End Time DLC coming out
Oh, that's right!
end of this month or the beginning of next month? September 24th.
I can't remember, but I was super excited because they're adding the gash, which is like, ooh boy, oh, I'm so excited.
Yeah, it's September 24th. So we get Nagash, Thanquol, Boris Todbringer. I think those are the 3, right? Or is there a 4th?
I think there was a 4th. I forget the name. Because it was a Tomb King because Nagash. There's a Skaven. Then there's the Empire of Man deal, and then Nurgle.
Oh, Glotkin.
Glotkin, that's the one. Yeah.
Yep. Did you see the freaking videos for Thanquol?
Yeah, I did. It was actually really awesome.
The freaking
freaking
rat
talking
ogres
to Felix and the dwarf. I forget the name. He's got them like tied up. That you're not gonna stop me this
yeah.
time. They're like, I have no idea who you are. Because in canon lore, they really don't know who he is, but they like accidentally have stopped his plans like 3 times, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's all frustrated, like, you're not stopping me this time. I'm blowing up the moon.
Yeah.
And they're like, we have no idea why we're even here. We don't even know who. We've never seen you before.
Yeah, who are you?
Man. I could play the first Army 2 on my Xbox because it's on EA Play. Yeah, that makes sense to me, like the digital being on those like subscription things and all that. I was just surprised that they would even offer a physical copy anymore. I know it's beloved by a lot of people. Like, a lot of people really liked Army 2.
Yeah. You know what game I really loved that they ruined?
Hmm.
Well, I guess they didn't really ruin it, but Rainbow Six.
We talk about Rainbow Six Siege?
I mean, I really
Or
like
just in general?
Rainbow Six Vegas.
Vegas 2. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh. So good. And you
I
know,
think
honestly,
we
when
played
Siege
that quite a few times.
when Siege came out, I actually really liked Siege at first.
Oh yeah. When it first came out, it was good.
And then I don't know, it became like just so, it's hard to describe.
Yeah.
They turned it into like a superhero shooter, not just like operators with like equipment and stuff.
Yeah.
Because, like, all the equipment that the special operators would get, it was like, oh yeah, this makes sense. This is grounded in like reality for the most part. You had, Pulse with the heartbeat sensor, Glaz with his like trip wires, and then his like thermal sniper, which was really cool when they added that.
Yeah.
Fuse with his like, cluster grenades that can go through the walls. I still love doing that, by the way. That was really cool.
Yeah, Fuse with the cluster grenades is amazing.
You can't open that screen in the radar until you get to another planet, apparently. Really? Huh.
That would make sense though.
Turn so shit is the
There's-
term. Yeah, well, so that's the
There's stuff
problem.
that you unlock, like
Yeah. So the last time that I was really seriously playing Siege, they had added in the operators, the Canadian ones, and one of them was Buck. So he had the underbarrel shotgun, he called the skeleton key. And I really liked that. It was so good because you could sit there, switch to it, pop a hole into a wall, and create an instant entry point. You could then maneuver around and all that. There was a lot of tactical play that went in with that. And then they added like all the stuff where like, I don't know, the abilities started to feel so ridiculous. And then you have like, Blackbeard with his gun shield thing. That when it first came in, it was like the most broken, stupid thing ever. And then they nerfed it to the point it's like, why would you even put the shield on?
yeah. There's no point in using it at that point.
Yeah, you're just wasting time putting it on because one bullet hits it and the whole thing shatters.
Yeah.
Oh, but it saved you from a headshot that would have like instantly killed you. It's like, but then there's another bullet that falls up right after. It kills me anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
So what's the point? So yeah, I don't know. I used to be such a huge fan of Siege, and then they just did all these changes. If I went back and played it now, I could probably do it casually, like not taking it seriously. But I couldn't see myself playing it ranked. Like, there's just no way.
No.
Oh, we went on such a tangent, I forgot what I was doing on Factorio now. I don't think I was doing anything. I think I was explaining and we were discussing train stuff.
Yeah.
And I'd gotten the low density structure factory is already done. That was my main thing tonight because I needed it for utility science. And then I was going to start working on the blue chip and the flying robot frame factories. That was the other two.
Okay,
ones.
I have a question.
No. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay, go to Peasant Launcher production
Alright.
and look at the electrical production.
Yes.
103 megawatts, right?
Yeah.
Is that like what it maxed out at, or that's what it could maximum produce?
That's your max potential.
Okay. So then go to Bucket Boy,
Uh-huh.
and why is my maximum potential half?
Well, let's see over here.
I know why. Never mind. I'm gonna shut up now. We're not gonna talk about it.
Yeah? Ah. Ah.
That's awkward.
Yeah.
It's like, wait a second.
I had something snarky to say and I lost it. I had something, but you're off the hook
Yeah.
on this one. You're safe.
Yeah. No, we're good. We're good. I solved it on my own, alright? You know what that also means is that I can add more beacons and speed 3 modules.
That's true. That's true. You can. You know the funny thing? You actually fixed it before I caught it.
That's good. That's good.
That's a first. I wasn't sitting there just like, oh, he's gonna see it eventually. Ooh, oh, this
Yeah.
guy. I was just like, huh. What is it? And I saw you put the pipes down. I was like, oh.
Oh.
I thought you just copied it over, so I didn't think that that would be the problem.
No, that was a fresh idea.
Nelson, stop hitting yourself. Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Oh. That was so good. That was so good. Yeah, alright. So, you're good now. You're good.
Yeah, I fixed what I needed to fix. Honestly, as far as things that I need to do tonight, I kind of did what
Yeah,
I needed to do.
I'm looking at the time right now, and I just don't think... I might be able to get a couple things
Yeah.
done, actually. Hold on, let me see.
I know that I have to start developing a ship to go to the solar system edge, and then eventually to the shattered planet. But yeah. Also, every ship that I've seen that goes to the solar system edge is absolutely massive, so that's going to be interesting.
They don't have to be massive, but you do.
Yeah.
There is some benefits to being massive, just so you know.
Yeah.
Especially if the main reason that they're massive is because they're usually producing their own ammo.
Yeah.
So
Well, and then the one that I saw had like 15 rows of thrusters or something like that.
it's because they wanted to get there fast.
Yeah, oh yeah. They were cooking.
Yeah. So
They were like,
when you're doing a lot of
I'm the real
speed
gun
like
ammo now.
that, yeah, you have to have a lot of ammo ready because there's a lot of stuff comes at you quick. But the benefit to going faster is that there's less time for objects to spawn. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So it's kind of like, on the one hand, everything's coming at you faster, but on the other hand, if you reduce the time on the travel, there's technically less that you have to actually hit, if that makes any sense. But it's
Have
also...
you developed a ship to go to the solar system edge?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been there already. I have the achievement for it and everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I would be curious to see what you have come up with.
Oh, I have like a really old design that you could look at. With the new
Okay.
asteroids, it might not hold up now. Just like be aware of that. But
Yeah.
yeah, I have one. I think I even have it blueprinted. Let me see. My fusion constraint, fusion Mark 1. Oh, where is it? My old interplanetary freighters there. Good times. Then there was my workhorse prototype, which is like just a big square, basically. Which is the baseline that eventually did go to the solar system. Where's the solar system edge one, though? Wasn't general purpose? No. I gotta actually update my freaking, I gotta update my blueprints at some point here. Yeah, why am I not seeing it now? Maybe I didn't blueprint it. Maybe I should. Oh, but System Edge Mark 1. There it is.
Okay.
Yeah, because it has the fusion, it's got the railgun array, it's got the asteroid collectors on the side, and I did it with 7 thrusters, which were at just normal quality. So that one,
Okay.
I would probably upgrade the thrusters on that one, and I think
Yeah.
the rest of it would probably hold up just fine. I'm actually curious now if this would hold up, because it doesn't have a lot of quality stuff on it. It's mostly just base stuff. Other than the gun turrets are rare gun turrets on it. And
Yeah.
solar panels are rare. There's some green uncommon accumulators and then green asteroid collectors, which aren't hard to get. But everything else is just like vanilla, no quality on it whatsoever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll hold off
be-
on it, but I think that would be interesting
curious.
to see if it would make it now, actually.
Yeah. No, I
Space
think,
in this game is
I
realistically
think-
big. 7 minutes for light to leave the surface of the sun to reach Earth, and that's at light speed. But it takes a full day to reach Pluto and 4 years to reach the nearest star. Yeah, that makes sense. Each train depot, I can read the contents of the train, check for specific things, and then designate that train as its specific set of cargo within the network. Can I? Hold on, I gotta... Let me read that again. At each depot, can read the contents of the train and check for specific things. At each train stop, you can, yes. Then designate that train as its specific set of cargo within the network. Kind of. You're getting into very complicated territory doing that, though. Do I have time to dive into that tonight? We could explore it a little bit. We could explore the concept a little bit. Let's see. Let me see if I can take like an example here. Let's do an intermediate one. We'll do plastics. Plastics not really going anywhere. So I'm just gonna do a little power area right there, and then let's just do, I don't know, do an arithmetic, and we'll pull red wire here. Yep, and then we're gonna read the stop train right there, which gives us the ID and the train contents, right? So then if I look at the red wire here, we can see this is the information we can get. We get the train ID itself, and then we can get the contents of it. In this case, it's the plastic bar, right? But as far as assigning a train, you can't really assign the train itself from here. You can, like, send signals to the train and all that, but you can't really... How to explain this? How to explain this? Let's see. You can kind of with the use of interrupts here, for example. You could add interrupts based on like a signal, basically. So we could do, what the hell is ASDF for an interrupt? Who did that one? Okay, let's do like I'll just type in dummy over here. So you can do an interrupt condition here, and you could do that interrupt condition could be a circuit condition, and then you could do like well, there's not like an anything. You'd have to do specific circuit stuff, but you could do like send a signal dependent on the specifics of the cargo. So you could send a signal. So, like I said, you can go over here and then you can check, like, so that's an arithmetic one. That's a poor example, I guess. Typically, you'd probably want to do a decider combinator. And then you could, you know, depending on what's in here, you can make your decisions. I don't know exactly what decisions you're looking for right here, but you can do all kinds of checks on it, especially, like, if there's a train that you do have specifically assigned, you could then set that T once you've identified the train, and then you would equal and make sure it's that one you're looking for. In this case, it's 869. And see right there, this then is flagging true because that is the train. That's the specific train. That's the specific signal that it's sending. And so that's the unique train ID. But to get the unique train ID can be a little bit of a pain and a bear with it. But as far as the specifics of the cargo, yeah, you could, like, I mean, you could do each, which is just going to take each thing greater than 0, right? So each signal. And then it's going to output one. You do, like, one of each signal here. So in this case, this is now sending out each signal in, like, a more manageable number. We're just one of each one, right? But you could do all kinds of operations on those signals coming through. But then you could also, of course, not read the stop train, just the contents. Then you just have the contents of said train. But when you start to chain the signals together, you're now combining all the trains together as one total network right here. If you wanted to assign it to this train specifically, you have to keep it separated and isolated with the combinators like so. And then carry a signal down forward from there, right? So, I guess, like, you know, this is the other thing too, is, and this is where trains get a little bit complicated, as if they weren't complicated enough already. So, if I take this and I did this, and then I were to read the stop train ID, you'll notice here that those IDs now get combined together, which means that it's not really a train ID. It says it's a train ID, but it's not actually a train ID. It is a train signal with the T with a number value from the train associated as an ID. When you put them together, the network treats it as what it is. It's just a virtual signal with a number. Calculation for each potential type of cargo set. Yeah, so you can do that. So if you know what your cargo sets are, it becomes much easier. So, if we come over here, for example, if you're doing just like a generic cargo set, you can then use the each operator and then perform something on each of those signals. And then you would just take away the stop train ID, and then you're just going off of whatever's in here. So you're taking, say for example, each signal here that is above 11,000, you know, just putting this out there randomly. And then you output one of each of those signals. And in this case, we just do like 9,000. Oh, that's 90K. I'm stupid. There you go. Then that outputs it once that 9,000 there. So you can do calculations. You can run arithmetic operations and whatnot on it. So anything that you can kind of think of, you can do. The problem is this: you have to go from plain words into what you want to do, and then you can translate it in combinator format. And usually, the easiest way to translate that is to use a flow chart. Because if you get a flow chart that looks reasonable, you can read it very well, your logic is going to go through very nice as well. Yeah. So I guess what I'm saying is there is a way, but you're going to have to do a lot of steps, and there's going to be a lot of calculation goes into it, and you might find that your combinator footprint is going to start to get kind of extensive with it, and it might not be as compact as you might hope, unless you can properly decide how you're going to handle all of the signals from each of the different train stops. Rip these up. There we go. Okay. Do you have anything else that you want to do tonight, Mobius, or are you ready to call it?
No, I'm ready to call it. I was just thinking about the next session for the probably going to start developing the Solar System Edge ship.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so for me personally, I would like you to come up with your own before I show my old one. And my old one, I don't think my old one's going to work, really. I think it's going to crash on the way, so I'm going to have to design a new one anyway.
Yeah.
Which is totally fine, I don't really care, but I don't want to give you any, like, what?
Bad ideas.
Well, not bad ideas, but I don't want you to be, like, locked into a, oh, well, Seto did this, so I have to do it this way, too, you know?
Yeah.
Because there's definitely things that could be improved, and I guarantee you with the way they set up the asteroids now, the ship probably gets destroyed in the process, I would think. It probably still reaches the edge, but now with the more aggressive asteroids, it's probably gonna just, you know, die on the way, if it doesn't just, like, get blown up completely, you know, on its way there.
Yeah. No, I'm thinking, I mean, I want to expand on what I did with, like, the Titan.
Yeah, and if you want to keep it simple, like I said, this method I showed down here is
more or less the right idea. I just need to get some things ironed out with it, like, obviously, like, we have, like, the rocket launchers and stuff on here, but now I have to figure out how to belt in, you know, the other ammo and stuff. And then, you know, this whole middle section with the reactors, we can take that out and swap it out with the fusion reactors.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I get you. And then I'm thinking, since it's gonna be going out there, like, red ammo might actually be a good option for it.
I agree.
For the for the asteroid destruction.
Yeah.
Like, yellow's working well enough, but red would be even better.
Yeah, because it's not really that big of a deal to go the extra step to make the red ammo.
Yeah.
And the extra bit of damage just, like, front-loaded there, it's going to pay off.
Yeah.
And it helps you to use up some of your, you know, advanced asteroid process resources that you're crunching through, too.
Yeah. Definitely. All right. Well, yeah, I'm gonna grab my save and then I'm good.
All right. Okay. I'm probably gonna talk for just like a little bit longer, but I'm not staying on super long. So.
Yeah.
I know you like to raid out, so go raid somebody else, not me.
Yeah.
Because I'm not sticking around long enough to be worth raiding.
Yeah. You got it. All right, man. See ya.
Okay. Yeah, DIY, do you want the blueprint of this so that you can kind of, like, see it, get, like, a little bit of example, like, copy what you want from it? Because I can condense all this and then just, like, hand it over to you. I don't mind. Yeah, because the big thing about this is that the simplicity of this is that we take all of this through, and then we're just, you know, again, like 80, this is just going to be your number. You can even, like, you can actually parameterize this some. So if I were to take, like, this, for example, and then I'll just put this medium pole right here. Learn by subbing your toe. Well, let me show you something else you could do since you're kind of working on your blueprint thing. Have I shown you guys the parameterized stuff yet? Because this stuff is really powerful, by the way. This is really powerful. So you can see here, this is going to be like your, you do like here the total train slots, and then you just make that a parameter right there, right?
And then all this other stuff is stuff that we just added in anyway. Actually curious if I've never done just a number like that. Oh, perfect. It just comes up with just a number, just a constant number right there. That's perfect. So then my trains are actually 100 because of the extra 10 on each wagon there. So then this would come up, and this would be a different calculation entirely. You can see right here. This is still coming out with like the same amount right now. But it's now, instead of dividing by, you know, that original number, now it's divided by like that 5,000 because it's 2,500 and all that stuff. But, you know, just kind of something to keep in mind with that. I'm going to go ahead, since I did parameterize that, and I'm just going to rip those up so they're not interfering with anything now. I don't even remember what all these were for. I'm just going to get rid of those. Just get them out of the way. Look at this poor factory. Poor factory. Okay, yep, so we'll go ahead and we'll grab our save here. You'll get it? I know you'll get it. And I know that I'm not on every single day, but if you ever have any questions, don't be afraid to ask. I'm always willing to answer. I try to get on Discord as often as possible, you know, to like be able to answer all those questions as often as I can. Sometimes I get delayed because, you know, life hits us and I just get busy with things. So. Except Wednesdays it's Marbles Day. Yeah, but Marbles Day can turn into Factorio when someone picks it at the end. That's like, you know, totally fine thing as well. But yeah, we're keeping Marbles Day because people like it. When War Dogs comes out, we might be switching Fridays to be War Dogs Fridays because I'm actually really enjoying War Dogs. And I think it's got a little bit more going on action-wise than what Bellum has been doing. I love Bellum to death, I really do, but I do admit that Bellum is a little bit of a walking simulator. And I know people don't necessarily like that, so we're still kind of looking into it a little bit, but we have like 2 weeks to go before that's even, you know, a factor at all, so, you know, who knows? Who knows? Factorials Monday, Marbles and other games Wednesday, then Trash on Fridays. Trash? That hurts my feelings. No, I'm not gonna say no game is trash, but like, I feel like I pick pretty good games. I feel like I pick decent games. I don't pick trash. I don't think. Screw you, Unk. Okay. What did I do to you, Bunny? Huh? What the hell did I do to you? Say it to my face, huh? Huh? What do you want, Bunny? Look at me. Look me in the eyes, Bunny. What's wrong with you? Disgusting. Disgusting. Fridays are the day me and Savage get an early night after maintaining the streak, because Fridays are snooze fest. Snooze fest? What are you sorry about, Mobius? Why are Fridays a snooze fest? I didn't think they were snooze fests. Come on now. It's a walking sim, that's all it is? That's definitely not all it is, but okay. She was going to get off, but I raided her and bullied her into another round. Damn. But why are you telling me sorry? Why are you telling me sorry, then? You should be apologizing to her. Talk about Bellum? Yeah, Discord doesn't like games that I like. It is what it is. I can't please anybody. But he said, I am ending. I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sorry. Jesus. I can't stay up tonight. I want to, but I can't. Walking and stuff more cringy than 6-7. Screw that. Bunny.
Bunny, fuck you. You know what? Honestly, guys, I want you to go follow Bunny and then unfollow her immediately right now. I want no one here to maintain like a relationship with Bunny anymore, all right? I want you to go. One more CJ. That's not me. That's not my fault. That's not my fault, damn it. One round. I don't have Siege installed. Hold on. I had installed at one point, then I uninstalled it because I wasn't invited. Look. Look. It's not installed. Done per... I can't... It's not installed, buddy. I haven't played since 2020. What were you doing in 2020? Were you in kindergarten? Huh? Were you over there, like, sucking on crayons and eating paste? You're probably, like, made of paste, to be honest with you. Like, that's what it is. That's what it is. I can't believe this. I can't believe this. All right, fine. Fine. I'll install Siege. I'll install Siege. And then next time we can play. How does that sound? All right? Fuck you. Fuck you. You'd rather League, Siege, or hell, even Roblox over Armabell and whatever other walking cringe sims you play. Discord, I could say something right now, but I ain't saying it. I ain't saying it. I ain't saying it. Joke's on you. Some island, baby. Oh, no, I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. Alright. Alright, you know what? You know what? You know what? Honestly, you know what? You know what? Stand by. Yes. We're gonna raid Bunny before she can raid us. I want everybody preload this. No, get fucking raided. Everybody, copy paste. Copy paste. Copy paste it. We're going out with a bang. Going out with a bang. Get over there. I'm gonna see you all on Wednesday. I love you all very much. And I'm not saying shit, Discord. You can just stew on it. Stew on it, motherfucker. Goodbye. Goodbye. Kill stream.